What's the plan today, friend?
Same thing we every day, Pinky. Try to take over. Yup. Slurping up them memory.
Whoa. I just got a blue screen.
You're playing League, aren't you?
Yeah.
That was your first mistake.
Ah, white screen. I'm blind. Holy shit. Flashbang me, Cad, you bastard. Because I'm playing a horror game. Hmm? Go fuck yourself. No, I was not scared. I was fucking blinded.
Oh my god.
I wasn't scared. I was just blind.
Excuses.
Why do you think I have everything in dark mode?
As Matt Black is the coolest. Ace Gray is also very cool. Are we at the limits of its capability? Or...
Well, so when you upgrade your are you doing like a switch where if you upgrade your computer, you're like switching over the current computer to the streaming computer? Okay.
Wait. Wait. Okay.
You like that, chat? I just got the tweet out. Do me a favor, go give it some love. As Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'd have to move it around a little bit more, but I was just messing with it right there. A little bit of a project there before stream. Okay. All right. So I just got the tweet out as usual. Give it some love. And I have everything else ready. So let's get this party started. Hello, everybody. Again, I hope everybody's doing good today. It's Friday. My week is over, so feels good, man. What was I gonna do? I feel like there's something else I was gonna do. I don't know why. Here, have today's artwork. Enjoy. Go give the artist some love as usual. But again, I hope everybody has had a good week. I hope everybody's week is over. I know it's not for some of you guys. I feel bad for you, but it just is the way it is. We have half-cost Embers on NA. So we are likely going to have a new 120 like tonight or soon. I am on the wrong category. There we go. That should help things out. And basically, I have all of my boxes opened. So there's that. So I don't have too much that I have to do, at least on this end of things. You guys can see we are currently rat jamming the current node. Basically going to focus here first on getting AP down. Talking a little bit of shop here because we have the Fate 20th anniversary stream tomorrow. I will maybe be live for that. I haven't determined yet. I'm gonna side with yes, I probably will be, but I gotta remember that it's a thing, so it just is what it is. I have 24-hour shift tomorrow. Ooh, that sounds awful, but I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure it's gonna be recorded and you'll be able to watch, so. Hello, Field. How's it going? Training grounds letting me farm exactly what I need. Gold caster cookies. Hallelujah. Yeah, I mean, I would just don't do like everything for like all casters. Like just do the ones that you need, like ASAP, and then I would try to like from there let it build up some, and you'll probably be fine. 2 cats with tickets to book in both sides of a few rolls for Gorgon. Nice, not bad. An okay scope, I see. Stopped myself from farming and ended up having 26 boxes past my goal. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's just more resources you have. Complete 2 quests. Oh, because daily reset already happened. I was gonna say, I was like, what do you mean complete 2 quests? I've already definitely done that. Let me open up these. We should be good on that. CAD win blue sky? Allow me to answer that. Never. I'm gonna unfortunately tell you guys a real bit of truth here for a second. None of these other fucking platforms ever work. And the reason why is because the main like platform is always the established one. There's tons of people that have gone over to Blue Sky, and I'm already seeing people come back from it. Already. Like people that are like, "Oh, I quit Twitter. I'm not going to be on Twitter." It's difficult enough for me as is to run the social media accounts I have. So I usually just have one, and I'm always going to stick with the one that is the biggest thing and the like most successful thing because it gives me the biggest audience at that point. Like I feel like it's one thing where like with Twitch, I can have like restreaming and I can kind of just hit the go live button. That being said, even when I say that, like y'all have seen over the past week some of the issues that YouTube live streaming has given me. And YouTube live streaming is the most annoying aspect to setting up for stream. Because like I have to specifically go in and set every single setting for YouTube again. As opposed to like Twitch, where I just change the title and that's it. So like YouTube was already cumbersome to begin with, but the fact that it has caused more issues than it's really worth most of the time here this week is got me thinking about things in that regard. That being said, that's neither here nor there as to the current point that I'm trying to make. But basically, yeah, with like streaming, I at least have a tool that allows me to just constantly do multiple. If that were the case where like I could manage every single aspect of my social media with like one fucking tool, that'd be awesome, but that's just not possible. I wish it were. So it's like if that were the case, I feel like I would be on a lot more social media things, but because it's not, I just stick to kind of the few that I know I've got some decent traction with. It's the opposite problem of Twitter. Yeah, I mean, like, I know a lot of people have issues with Twitter, but I'm gonna be real with you. I foresee that the reason that people have gone to Blue Sky is two things. And I'm dead serious on this. It's just these two things. Anybody that tells you otherwise is probably lying to you, and it's just these two things. One is Twitter's stance on AI that they have recently been changing, and the other is the United States election. It's those two things. Okay? The United States election will come and go. People leaving the platform for that are just creating an echo chamber. I don't give a shit about that. So the AI stance to me is the problem. And I hate to say it, if you leave Twitter because you don't like Twitter's AI stance, congratulations, the AI stance wins. Why? Because Twitter's not going to stop being big. It's not going to stop being one of the main platforms. So you need to stand up and try to fight for it to get them to change it, not fucking leave and go to a site that doesn't do it, because everyone's still going to stay on Twitter. So all you're going to do is reinforce it, and then you're going to throw your hands up and be like, it's Twitter's fault. And you're going to be like, well, no, you actually ran from the problem. This is the thing I don't like, is like, when there is an issue, people just immediately, their first instinct is to try to run away and like form their closed off groups rather than like trying to talk about the issue. And don't get me wrong, like, the place to talk about it is not here, right? Like, I'm saying people need to actually try to open up a discussion with Twitter, with Elon Musk, with X, and actually try to get that stance changed rather than, fuck it, I give up, which is kind of how it keeps going. Twitter got banned in Brazil. Twitter's back in Brazil, though. Twitter never really got banned. I think it was banned for like all of like 5 days, not even. And that has to do with international legal issues. And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be sitting here and being like some Twitter apologist or something like that, because I think Elon does some stupid shit from time to time. But like, also keep in mind, chat, that it's not Elon running the ship. I know everyone wants to claim that it is, but there is an actual like CEO of X. There is an entire group of people running that. Yes, Elon can have a say in that, but no, Elon is not the person that's actually doing the decision making on a day-to-day basis. So I think that's something that people don't really understand. When certain people go after like basically the platform to get to him, it's a politically motivated thing. So it's like trying to dissect that and instead focus on like, why was it banned in Brazil? At least to my understanding, it's because Brazilian law required them to like, I don't know, like have some extra disclosure or like enable some other feature. And Twitter hadn't done that. And so then they pretty clearly tried to sue Elon Musk, not Twitter, which told me that it was all a politically motivated thing. This guy is even worse due to the fact that you don't need an account to view someone's posts, so an AI bot will have an easier time scanning your art. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to say this. I feel like going to Blue Sky is not the solution. Like, if I understand that people are upset with Twitter, and I think that people have legitimate complaints. But they need to voice their complaints, not run away and you know, tuck their head in the sand. That's not going to freaking work. Like, if they do that, it'll actually like help. If they don't ever say anything and they just go and cloister themselves, it's like, okay, it is what it is. I think, and again, we especially with yesterday's video, we've gotten to this point where like politics has kind of come into the channel, at least here a little bit. So I'm going to state this and then I'll be done with it. But I think the entire reason why we are in the situation that we currently are politically in the United States has everything to do with people not wanting to have a discussion with each other, and the fact that everybody feels like they can't say it, or they're going to be like completely shouted down, demonized, and dehumanized. And I think that's the issue right there. So people have got to learn to be able to talk things out and not go blah, 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 I'm not listening to you. Okay. I think that's the issue. Because again, it's a big chunk of why I have the stance that I do on this channel. This has just been the way that like things have been for like practically a decade now in the United States. You feel like you can't actually have an opinion on certain things because if you do, you are just going to get roasted. You're going to get eaten alive. And that's why we have this current situation. Period. End of story. Like I can literally reduce it down to that. So if people start listening to each other and actually talking to each other more, things will start to go better. Every situation will not like get solved overnight. Every single problem is not going to be immediately alleviated. But at least having a discussion keeps the door open so that there can be a solution. If you don't have a discussion, the door is closed. There is no solution. So, only a decade? I'm going to say at least a decade, right? For the past decade, it has been very bad to the point that, like, and again, I'm going to give you an example of this. This is why I do not normally make my political feelings in any way, shape, or form known. One, there's no real reason to. And two, I feel like all it's going to do is do me harm as a content creator. Because people hate each other for their opinions now. Like, oh, you have a different opinion than me? I hate you and I hope you die. That's literally how people feel. That is so fucked up. I cannot even begin to like state that. I understand that certain viewpoints are like incompatible with each other. But people have got to learn to live and let live and not live and let die. And that's kind of where we're at this point, is everybody wants everybody else to die. So it's just like, people need to take a chill pill. Period. End of story. Anyways, let's move on to FG. So, yeah, the JP event is kind of still ongoing. Everything's calmed down, though, on JP. I don't really have too much that I have to do. It's basically doing my storm pods at this point and doing 90++ and slowly working on the shop, and then I'm basically done. We don't really know what's kind of upcoming on JP. Hopefully we get, again, some more news at this point. We have had a litany of like strengthenings, which I, again, really approve of. I'm really happy that they have done that. I hope they continue to do that, because the more they do that, the better the game's going to be, because more units are going to get upgrades. I don't expect them to fix them all overnight, but if they can do it, it's a good thing. Did you see the PoE2 stream? No, I have not had a chance to look into PoE2. I have asked a couple people about it. They're saying, like, what, December 6th is when it actually starts? Yeah, but what would Arturia do? That's really interesting. At least looking at Arturia, and I'm not gonna like get political with this, but like Arturia was widely considered, like Nasu lore wise, to be like somebody that was almost inhuman and heartless, because Arturia would just make the best decision regardless of like how humans felt about it. So basically at that point, she would choose the correct choice, and that's why people thought she was heartless. So for instance, there were instances where she had to attack an entire town purely due to the way things kind of unfolded. It was not that she wanted to, it's that she had to. And it was just kind of one of those issues of like, if she took the quote unquote moral high ground and did the things that the humans wanted her to do, she would have failed and all of Britain would have collapsed. So it was really interesting to see that, like, yes, even the quote unquote like holy king basically ended up having to do stuff that was untoward at times. Put a legal representative in the country like every other company in Brazil, and they didn't want to do it for some reason. Yeah, because I want you to think about this, Abandon. Do you know how many countries there are in the world? Start thinking about how many representatives you would need. So, and the argument for something like that is an argument based off of nexus. There's a concept called nexus in American law that states that if you are doing business in a state, for instance, that you have nexus in that state. And it's really interesting because this is actually where a lot of like, how do I put it? Like, a lot of like retailers run afoul of like interstate like regulations and laws, is because they end up selling things online in other states. They end up becoming beholden to the law. But depending on the area and depending on the sort of legalese, it can also be the case that if you're just doing internet business transactions in an area, in some cases you have nexus and in other cases you don't. And it's really interesting to denote that some states treat it differently. So I can understand the standpoint that like probably with something like what Twitter Blue and stuff like that, like paid subscriptions, that technically there is some nexus there. But also from the standpoint of if Twitter actually has no offices and is like not directly trying to conduct business itself in Brazil, does it really have nexus? Or is it just Brazilians going out to other parts of the internet to interact with it? And that is an interesting conundrum. I can't say for certain how that should be treated either, because that's like in such a like legally gray area. That's why like Brazil will have one law on the subject, America will have another, and some other country will have a completely different one than either of the other two. That's the price you pay if you want to be a global company. Yes, but no. And here's why. So you're starting to see certain companies, like for instance with like European regulations, where like the EU tries to enforce something. I took the completely wrong support here. What the heck did I do? And you're starting to see some companies go, oh, you want me to apply this regulation? Okay. I leave. I'm not in the EU anymore. Because basically the cost associated with the regulation is so prohibitive, it's just not freaking worth. An example of this, Twitch, actually. Twitch pulled completely out of South Korea. Why? Because South Korean internet law is so corrupt and exorbitant that Twitch could not operate there at a profit at all. Like, it was not even remotely close. They were losing their ass completely just by having any sort of like business getting conducted in that country. So Twitch had to pull out because it was just something that was practically bankrupting them. And so we start to see that sort of thing happen nowadays. And that's kind of what we've realized is every single country's trying to take their cut of the pie. No one's going to try to argue that like certain countries don't like deserve their cut, right? So the issue then though comes from what happens when the country's no longer just taking their cut. They're trying to take basically more than their cut. They're trying to take more basically to the point that they're taking basically some other country's cut as well. That's why you see some of these businesses just saying, nope, I'm not going to do business in your area then. And like who that hurts the business, but it also hurts the regulatory agency trying to impose those sorts of restrictions and taxations on the international business. They're sitting there thinking they're about to get cut a fat paycheck and they're threatening legal action. And the company just says, go fly a kite. I'm not dealing with you anymore. And the other, thank the EU for bullying Apple for years into regulations. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to say to some extent, it's nice. To some extent, it's not. And it really just depends on the situation. It depends on the regulations that are getting imposed. Because I think, certain regulations are very subject to debate. I think they're like, they can be extremely corrupt and bad and extremely prohibitive. And I think there's others that are really good. Like, and I will agree, like, particularly the Apple ones, because the US has not done anything to try and stop Apple's, let's be honest, monopoly. It's been really funny to watch the Europeans do it to them and basically them going like, and having to freaking deal with it. Actually, I someone posted in gaming news, apparently Google is about to get slapped with antitrust and they're going to have to sell Chrome, like completely divest it. and sell it off to a third party, which is like good. Because I don't know if any of you guys have been watching, but Google has basically been one of the like proponents of getting rid of ad blockers and trying to like boost Manifest 3 into their new Chromium version so that essentially you can't use ad blockers anymore. Now, other Chromium-based browsers have not done that, and that's why a lot of people have already begun to shift to other Chromium browsers, or even like back to like Firefox or Microsoft Edge or something like that. So it's really been interesting to see that. And I don't know if that's kind of why, at least from what I've heard, the reason that they're going to get probably trust busted is due to the fact that they have a functional monopoly in the browser market. Because what ends up happening is so many people use Google Chrome now. And then on top of that, they actually have a hard monopoly on search engines. Because whenever you go and you try to like type in your like your ISP bar, your address bar there, like, hey, like, you know, I want to search for something, that is Google searching. And so many people don't even realize that they're just using the Google search engine nowadays. So everything is kind of flowing through Google. They have the lion's share of the market, and that's why they're getting trust busted. That's why they're basically saying, like, no, you need to not have control over both of these things. You can have the search engine, but you can't have the search engine and the product that has to use the search engine. It's basically vertical consolidation. They own both the upstream and the downstream of the product. So it's really kind of funny to see that. They also ship Chrome with like every Android device as a factory setting, etc. And, you know, Microsoft did that for years with like Internet Explorer. They still do it now with like Edge. I'm okay with that being the case. Like, I'm okay with, hey, it's our product. We set it as the default. That's fine. But you do need to give people the ability to switch. You do need to give people, same thing with like the address bar. You need to allow people to be able to search via a different browser. Or sorry, a different search engine. That's the issue ultimately at play. And so that's why I think they are going to get trust busted here. And you know what? Good. Fuck them. I don't care. I hope they go down, because it's not like Google doesn't make a shit ton of money already. They're one of the richest companies in the entire world. And at this point, it's pretty blatantly obvious that they control and manipulate the search engine results for various reasons. And also that, again, this war on ad blockers kind of needs to stop. So I hope that it ends up in a third party that has a different stance on Manifest 3. And I hope that they begin to allow ad blockers again. Because if not, it is going to kill Google Chrome. But if they do get forced to sell it, that might kill it already to begin with. So we'll just have to see. But it is a really interesting thing. And I hope that that something does happen on that front. There's Microsoft going first time. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of wild that Microsoft hasn't been split up at this point. Like, and I'm going to be real with y'all, chat. Microsoft should not own Xbox. Not at this point. Not considering the Xbox brand has purchased so many publishers and developers at this point. That should be its own thing now. Like, I'm sorry, it is what it is. Hear me out. Same thing with Sony. So I believe at this point that we need to stop having these mega conglomerate like publishers that control like 30% plus of the entire gaming industry, and instead start going back to the smaller stuff. I understand that it's really nice for like investment purposes, but it's really shit at this point, because that is what's killing gaming. This hyper fixation on won't somebody please think of the investors is what's killing the art form and entertainment form that is video gaming. That's why there's been so many bad games produced that were somehow AAA budget and somehow like single A in terms of their actual quality. And it's just wild to me that this has gone on as long as it has. Roll back to Manifest V2 would be great. Yeah, I'm not an expert on Manifest V3. From everything I've heard, the reason that they pushed Manifest version 3 was to break the ad blockers. But I don't know if it's that ad blockers are incompatible with it or that Chrome refuses to allow them to be compatible with it. So that's where like I'm just unsure. I don't know enough about the technology there. That would be an interesting thing for a media share night if somebody has a video on that. How are you today? You're looking pretty fleshy. Yes, we've been fleshy all week. I've been kind of enjoying it. It's nice to like be back in my own skin. I'm not done using the VTuber avatar yet, though. I still gotta like, I still want to keep using it, right? Like, it's just one of those deals where it's like it has been nice to kind of just have a week here where it's me again and kind of doing stuff. And like I said, I think in the future I'll probably do a little bit halvesies where like when I need to react to stuff, I'll be doing again like face streams. But if I don't want to react to stuff, then I'll be, you know, basically just VTuber. Breaking up companies will create massive inefficiencies in the market, namely jobs. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, right? Like, I do think that with every... This is the thing I think a lot of people don't understand, because everybody looks at, like, the convenience aspect, and they go, like, but it'll be inconvenient for me if this company that I rely on is trust busted and broken up, and I have to do different things. And you're right. It will be inconvenient for a short period of time. And then it'll get better. Because better will be more competition. Better will mean you don't have one company monopolizing the entire market and setting prices artificially higher. Prices will get cheaper, products will get better as the competition rages, and you will literally end up on the good side of that outcome rather than the bad side. That's the whole premise behind having a free market. And a little bit, chat, we are headed towards that cyberpunk dystopian outlook at the current time. That is to say, we have these huge companies that are beginning to control so much of society. If we don't break them up, we're headed for that. We're headed for a state where it's like everything is just a like corporate hellhole. But if we break them up, we won't be. We'll be going back towards an actual healthy economy and more like competitiveness and freedom. And with competition, you get better products as the consumer because companies try to outdo each other. I just watched a clip basically today that Zephyr sent me of, I think it was like a Senate hearing, and they were grilling Visa and MasterCard because Visa and MasterCard were trying to claim that they can't allow for more competition in their marketplace, despite the fact that they own 80% of the market combined. Then the guy pointed out to them that they stated that they have currently a 50% profit margin in their businesses. They have 50%, not like 5%, not 10%. They have 50% profit margins. But if they have any extra competition, they're trying to claim it will break them and they won't be able to operate anymore. That's a fucking monopoly if I've ever heard one. And the senator was just grilling the shit out of them, basically taking them to task. And the people are just sitting there and you can see they're kind of like dejected because they know how bad that freaking looks for them. And it's like, yeah, this is the problem. Like, you literally have corporations sitting there being like, no, we can't. You can't do this to us. Oh my God, we'll go bank. No, you won't. You will literally survive. You are at record-breaking profits. You are all so fucking profitable right now. They're controlling like every aspect of it. And they're trying to whine that how dare you try to break them up? How dare you try to include anything else? Because then they might have to actually not focus purely on profits and instead focus on how to appease the consumer and how to beat their competition. That's the issue in America right now. So again, we go through periods of consolidation and periods of trust busting and divestiture. Okay, we're at that point where we've gone through a record period of consolidation. It's just been consolidation after consolidation after consolidation. We see very few antitrust stuff. We need to go back to a period where a lot of these big ones get broken up and things will heal. But the more we keep allowing it, the more we're going to end up in cyberpunk. And not like, oh yeah, like cyberpunk, so cool. Like, look at my like mechanical arm. No, like, oh God, cyberpunk, what happened to my arm? I have no arm, nor any cool ass futuristic prosthetic. When's Disney gonna get trust busted? I don't know. They probably need to be, at least on the entertainment side of things. Like, Disney theme parks are fine. Disney, the like multimedia conglomerate, does need to be trust busted. They own ABC, ESPN, God, and so many other networks. Let me see if I can get the list here real fast. Yeah, here you go. Walt Disney Pictures, Walt Disney Animation Studios, Pixar, Marvel Studios, Lucasfilm, 20th Century Studios, Searchlight Pictures, Buena Vista International. And then they have a bunch of theatrical stuff, music stuff. They own the entire suite of ABC stuff, which I believe ABC is who bought ESPN, so they own ESPN by default. Which means they also own a bunch of local news networks. They also own Hulu, ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, NHL TV apparently. And then a bunch of, they own FX. So yeah, God, they own, oh my God, they own so fucking much. Holy shit. Fox, or what was Fox? Yeah, I think that's 20th Century Studios, basically. But yeah, it's like that's wild. They own a crap ton of stuff. So yeah, I'm all for like breaking that up. Though to be fair, a lot of that kind of will get broken up. You're starting to see in the same way like a focus now on less conventional media and more like internet and streaming services. However, because of that, we started to see streaming services get more and more convoluted as well. I'm okay with there being a bunch of streaming services, but we have this weird like contractual issue of exclusivity that's going on behind the scenes where it's like, oh, if you're on this service, you can't be on this service. And so because of that, it's like getting to this like really freaking weird point where like you basically like, again, like the example that we keep using is like the Pokemon show where it's licensed. It's got like 22 seasons and they are spread out over like 16 different streaming services. So if you wanted to watch the entire Pokemon anime from start to finish, you would just pirate it. Because nobody's gonna like suffer through having to subscribe to like 16 different services. They're just instead gonna go like, nah, this is not worth it. And to be fair, I don't blame anyone for that. For V3 was for security reasons. V3 changes how extensions works. Yeah, forces extensions to be declarative for like ad blocks. They need to declare all their filtering rules up front, making dynamic rule changes based off context not possible. They also limit the amount of filters you can have, as MV3 caps at 30,000 filters, which is not a lot. Yep. I could probably find a video for me to share tonight that'll explain everything. Yeah, go for it. But like, that's kind of what I've heard before, and that is the issue. From what I've seen, people have said that these restrictions are largely due to the fact that they wanted to fuck with ad blockers, to make it so that ad blockers cannot block everything, and to basically use it as a means to get more ad revenue. because that's apparently like what all the advertisers are pissed at Chrome and Google for not limiting ad blockers because it costs them exposure. And so finally Google is caving and saying like, yeah, you know what? Because we see dollar signs and we can make money off of this, so let's limit the ad blockers. And so with Manifest 3, they imposed extra, again, like restrictions, and they're using that to basically turn around and screw up the ad blockers. And as a result of this, they've made it so, again, like, oh, okay, you have to declare what your filtering rules are. That's the problem. If they have to declare that, then quite literally the ad makers will be able to find loopholes and get around it a lot easier. So they do that, boom, now all of a sudden, like, your ad blocker no longer works. It's kind of like, have you guys ever seen like antiviruses and anti-malware programs? And like, that's all it is virus makers just keep trying to like find ways around it. They keep trying to come up with a new thing that will get past the shit that they're trying to block. So it's the exact same concept. And it's funny because this is actually the exact same issue. Ad blockers are antivirus because so many ads are viruses. So many ads are malware. And it's really funny to see that. Like, it's to the point that the US government officially like declares that you should have an ad blocker for security reasons. So the fact that Google doesn't want you to have one kind of tells you everything you need to know. It is a problem. Wood, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate it, my man. Arterol, Riker, Shadow, Gekyor, and Avalon yourself. Enjoy your gift subs. Make sure you guys thank Wood. But yeah, like, it's just kind of nuts to me. And like, I understand advertisers kind of need, like due to the way things work, advertisers need to be able to reach an audience. Advertisers need to be able to, like, you know, again, promote their products so that people can get eyes on it and make money. I don't think most consumers have an issue with that. I think most consumers are okay with the concept of ads. What most consumers don't like is how ads have been. For instance, why does nobody watch TV anymore? Why does everybody watch on streaming services? To get away from the exorbitant ads. Nobody likes sitting down trying to watch a show or their favorite movie or something like that on TV, and constantly you get ad breaks. Everything gets interrupted. And yeah, again, it's like a crazy amount of ads. So instead, consumers turn to piracy. And then when basically more efficient methods that were legally viable came along, the consumer switched to that, which is streaming services. And now, what do we see in the evolution? Now things like Netflix, Hulu, you name it, these streaming services are starting to add back ads. They know it's bad, but they kind of have to do it because they need money. And the process begins again. What is happening? People are beginning to pirate more again. I'm not going to say that there's going to immediately be like some other alternative that's going to pop up, but at the end of the day, this is sort of the issue that we're running into. The more they try to force ads down your throat, the more people run away from them. If they would be less greedy with the advertisements and way more selective and less intrusive, people would be fine. Take Twitch, for example. Nobody likes getting the stream interrupted by 5 minutes of ads. Everyone would prefer if instead on the side of the screen, there was just a banner ad. Like, as long as it's not like big flashing, like seizure inducing lights, everyone's going to probably be fine with it. But the issue at play here is that Twitch is greedy. They want to make more and more money off those ads. So as a result, they want to run the most intrusive ad possible. Why? Because that's what the advertising agency wants. The advertising agency doesn't want a shitty banner ad that you're going to ignore. The advertising agency wants something that is forced in front of you so that you are forced to reckon with it. You are forced to consume it. You are forced to think about it. That's what they want. But human beings don't want that. So we have diametrically opposed odds. Advertisers want to be able to promote their product, and they have that right. But human beings don't want to be annoyed constantly, and they have that right. So the best scenario is to find a middle ground, and everybody keeps getting too damn greedy. The consumers will always go to the path of least resistance. So if the advertisers would be less greedy with it and actually do things like banner ads, they'd be fine. But because they refuse to, because they insist on ramming everything in front of you constantly at all times, that's exactly why people hate it. 10 ads, nice. Can't browse the internet without ad blocks. Yeah, it's like, it's just freaking nuts. Sorry, I realized song requested stop playing. It needs to, like, I don't know what it's doing, but it needs to, like, I guess this new version of Nightbot doesn't, like, immediately skip if a song is broken. So, like, I have to manually go in there and skip it myself. The corps don't understand that their ads are pushing customers away. Yeah, I think they know, but I think they're so damn greedy that they just go like, well, we can make them. Like they think they can force consumers to deal with it. But the more they try to force it, again, it's the Darth Vader analogy. The more you try to squeeze your grip, the more squeezes right through. The more slips your grasp, right? So, like, it is what it is. They can keep trying it, but people are going to keep slipping through. Have you seen the new PlayStation home screen? No, I don't think I have. It's littered with advertisements. I mean, like, let me be clear here, right? So, like, I don't mind an advertisement on a home screen up here. That's not a problem. It's not. What do I mind? I mind an advertisement on the home screen that's right here. And then, like, has an X that you have to click in order to get to the thing that you fucking want. This is cancerous. Nobody likes this. Nobody wants this. The only person who wants this is the advertiser. This is not fair to the consumer, and this is just straight up fucking annoying. Like, with this, I absorb this by osmosis. I see it, I register it. If it's something I'm interested in, I pay attention to it. If it's not something I'm interested in, I will never pay attention to it, no matter how big or annoying you make it. And if anything, as chat has said, this will just piss me off and make me hate your product even more. I will go out of my way not to use your shit ass product at that point. Like, you will have to pay me to use your product rather than you make money off of it. At least for now, there's a way to keep MV2 on Chromium browser via workaround until late next year. Well, like, my understanding is that other Chromium-based browsers do not have to update to version 3. So, like, things like Brave and what's the gaming one, chat? What's the gaming one? Opera, yeah. Things like Brave and Opera, to my understanding, both are Chromium-based, and it's like, they don't necessarily have to update to version 3. Like, that's something that Google Chrome will force on you eventually, but the other Chromium-based browsers don't have to. Yeah. Just use Firefox, they aren't Chromium-based. That's what a lot of people keep telling me. However, I have a counterpoint to you guys, and it's totally unfair and it's completely biased. I hate Firefox. I've never liked it. I don't know why. I can never get over that mental gap. So I will just not use Firefox. I would rather go use Microsoft Edge. But Like, it is what it is, right? Like, I understand if you're someone that likes Firefox, that's fine. And other people can take that advice and run with it. I'm just never going to do it. Safari? I don't mind Safari. I use it on my iPhones, but like Safari is not good. Like the biggest issues that Safari has is like how they treat Flash and various other file types. Like the fact that like Apple just has a vendetta against certain extensions is wild to me. It's like it's the epitome of petty. Edge is also Chromium based, yeah. Explanation of how it changed. Oh, let me see. I mean, that's not too bad because now what this is now game news. So like this is showing you the recent update, right? I'm okay with this. I have no issue with this. I think this is actually a good change. And then what's this? So I don't have too big of an issue for this because you're on the games page, right? And so you have your games up here. You have again Jedi Fallen Order here. They're also saying again, here's the news, right? This is technically advertisements, but it's not. It's more like related games to these two. So I don't have a problem with them recommending you similar games. Like Steam Store does that. I don't really have an issue with it. This I have a problem with. I have no problem with having official news. I do have a problem with your official news being quite literally like some form of media and them forcing that into your fucking browser. Well, not browser, but like home screen, right? Like it's one thing if they want to put a link somewhere like in the article, if you hit learn more, I'm okay with that. But the fact that this is like the default is annoying. I think that's really dumb. Introduce the YouTube video. Yeah, like I said, that they should not do. That's overreach. Duck, duck, go. Yeah. I'm so used to my speed dial layout and how bookmarks are displayed on my end that Firefox just looks like a step back to me. Yeah, like, again, if you like Firefox and that's your preferred browser, that's perfectly fine. Like I said, I'm not going to like sit there and be like, oh, it's so much more superior. I just don't like it. That's all it is. It's just a personal preference thing. They just added an Xbox mechanic to a PlayStation 5 home screen. Yep. It's terrible. But that's what you're beginning to see too is the concept, the idea of like every visible space that's available to any consumer must be monetized. Like have you guys ever seen is it Blade Runner, I think, where this is the case? Where like in Blade Runner you have people that walk around, you know, like you know, like the billboard signs you used to see people wearing in like the 80s and 90s. Like people on the street would have like the end is nigh, or like Jesus saves lives and stuff like that, or like they'd have like buy one get one, and they'd be standing out in front of a store, right? Like so like the full body sign that like someone would wear. And I think it's like in Blade Runner they have that, but instead they're like electronic, and they're like people just walk around constantly wearing this stuff. Or like, again, you'll see in some other like cyberpunk things where like basically people are wearing their clothing, and just kind of like a NASCAR racer has like all of their like sponsors all over. It's like you're just wearing like a designer jacket, but the designer jacket has sponsors all over it. And like all of them do. And you can't remove it. It's just part of the product. So it's like, I do think we're headed for that. I think that is a thing, and I do think there's going to have to be like legislation passed over like limitations on advertising. Because I think eventually the advertisers are going to try to monetize everything. Like, oh man, look at this. These are nail clippers. It needs an advertisement all on this, and it needs to flash and emit noise to constantly, like every 5 minutes, alert you that there's a fucking ad. That's what I think you're going to begin to see. They're like, oh God, what was it? What was I seeing? There was something, it was a sci-fi movie. And like the people were, oh, was it, no, maybe it wasn't. The Valorian, or trying to remember the name of it, but like there's one where it's like the dude is literally, maybe it's Ready Player One. Yeah, I don't remember, but it's like basically like the dude is just sitting there. He's got like nothing positive, Valerian, yeah, nothing positive in his life, and he's like stuck in his room, and like every aspect of his tiny like again, like the size of my desk is like the size of his apartment. And quite literally, like all of his walls are plastered constantly in advertisements and media. And oh, he's like sitting there and he's like, God, my life is miserable. My life sucks. So he tries to watch porn, and he quite literally gets like immediately blue balled. Like, oh no, you need to pay like extra right now because your media package does not allow you to have that. So it's like the guy is like literally like he gets like 30 seconds into the porno and it cuts off and tells him he has to pay more. And then like he tries to watch TV and it cuts him off. Sounds like Black Mirror. That may have been what it was, but I don't remember what it was, but I saw that and I was just like, oh my God, that seems so fucking bad. Like everything around him is an advertisement. Everything is pay per view, pay per minute. And like, he just cannot like have any peace or any happiness. So yeah, maybe it was Black Mirror. I don't remember, but I was just like, oh my God, that is such a dystopian hellscape if I've ever seen one. Shadowrun introduced a new kind of computer instead of their old decks. Decks are like laptops. And the new one was like a headset visor. They showed you what you would see using that and ads all over your field of vision. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Let me go ahead and tell you. They already tried to do that. Chat, do you guys remember the like augmented reality, like Google glasses and headsets and stuff? Do you know what would have happened had those become more popular? Hey, we know you're driving right now wearing this, but here's an advertisement right in front of your vision. Hope you don't crash and die. Like, I guarantee you, people would have been putting ads in that shit eventually. Like, oh, everyone's wearing these now? They're super popular? What if we put advertisements in it? And the reason why is because the company goes, how do we make more money? Our sales are drying up. What do we do? Oh, we'll just sell this space to advertisers. Reject modernity, return to nature, touch the grass. Yeah, I mean, like it's not wrong. Like there's a point to be said about not going too far with technology because it just makes your life worse. Technology can improve your life, but it can also ruin your life. Like, and this is a wild thing. I think everybody only thinks of the former, not the latter. Nobody thinks technology can fuck them up. But oh man, it can. And this is, to me, a really, like, interesting topic. Futurama, where they send the ads to your brain. Yeah, like, quite literally. Like, it's the same thing. I know everybody memed on, like, Elon Musk's brain chip, but I had the exact same thought of, like, okay, what happens when, like, the ghost in the shell like brain chip becomes a thing and suddenly everyone has one? You know they're gonna freaking beam ads into your head. You know it. You know that's exactly what they'll do. And that's why, like, again, there's going to eventually have to be legislation. There's going to have to be a line that's like, no advertisers, this is the line in the sand, do not cross it. If you cross it, we will come after you. The worst example would be if they started putting ads in your car window, watch this 3-minute ad to continue driving. Well, like, for instance, we already do have ads on cars, right? Like, you know, NASCAR kind of started that. And then basically now you have like car wraps. You know, like how people used to use it for like cool things like anime waifus and like their favorite sports ball person or something like that. And it's like, no, now people wrap their cars with ads. And it's like, I'm more okay with it when it's like some local business, but like, I think that's going to be a new business that you see. I think you're going to see this like, hey, here's how I pay for my exorbitantly priced car. Cause like, oh yeah, like inflation skyrocketed. My car is now unaffordable unless I agree to allow people to advertise on my car. And now my car is a fucking walking billboard. We have billboard vehicles? Yeah, but what happens when every car becomes a billboard? Like, we have billboard vehicles. We have taxis. Taxis used to have them, if you remember. There'd be, like, a ton of, like, advertisements on a taxi's, like, top stand or on its, like, back, on its rear there. Uh-huh. What happens when every car is this way? The head corpo cheerfully says they can cover 80% of a user's field of vision before they start suffering seizures. Yeah, exactly. Public buses have ads. Yep. And that's partially like the government goes, oh, well, we can't fucking pay for this stuff. It's way too expensive. How do we pay for it? I know, let's sell ads. So even the government's complicit in it. Like, everybody does it. I do know some like city ordinances do have like laws about advertising, thankfully. Like, hey, you can only advertise like in these spaces. You're not allowed to like overly advertise and like cover everything and stuff like that, because it's more of a like beautification and litter issue. But they'll also refer to it as like what's the term I'm thinking of like it's like visual litter, and I'm trying to remember, but like oh yeah, the fact that like cities have already had to do this tells you basically people have already had to put their foot down in some cases. I vomit. Feels like that, yeah. But yeah, it's wild. I hope we don't ever end up at that point. I hope somebody like stands up and says something before it ever gets to that point. Some sane person out there goes, no, this is crazy. Don't do this. You get a headache and brain seizures. I use a Google Goggle. Yeah, I mean, like, look, at the end of the day, people can do it. People cannot do it. I do think people have the choice that they would like to like advertise in their car. I'm just worried that we end up in some sort of like hellacious state where like this gets forced on the general populace as something that like has to be done because of the like insanity of like you know, again, just oh, like, hey, you can't afford your car otherwise. Really needs to be regulations. Yeah. Okay. So, chat, I told you guys we were going to go over Karnamas today, and I still want to do that. So let's start getting prepped for that, because like Karnamas is not going to be that big of a deal, especially for those of us that have played. I do need to look at things. So we did get this. Basically, this is your current Thanksgiving banner. I think some people were saying that they removed like OG Nero from this banner. I don't remember if they did. Oh, they did. Oh, damn. That is kind of fucked. That's NA for you. They've done that to us before. Like, we've lost the Stalker banner before, and we made it up eventually, so maybe they'll make this up eventually, but like Yeah, it's kind of stupid. I don't know why they do this crap. We shouldn't get this. I think we just got some commemorative C's. Did we get this already? Oh yeah, because we got his charge early. We got his charge like way earlier. I forgot about this. Yeah, like we got this like last year or some crap. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we've already had the Arturia banner here. We still are going to get these. We just wrapped up Fairy Cup, which today is the 22nd, the first day after. So that would have been the 24th on JP. So yeah, we're still 2 days ahead, chat. Basically as anticipated. Have we already had the next advance quest, chat? I don't think we've had these. Yeah, we have not. Okay, so we got that coming. Basically, new advance quest. And more of the support campaigns, which we got the Castoria banner now. Have we gotten this? I'm in the LB6 Super Reco waiting room right now. Yeah. No, not yet. Okay. It's weird because I saw someone talking about Roland Mellison earlier at the beginning of stream, and I was like, wait, did we already get the basically these banners? That's why I was confused for a second there. But they may have been talking about a prior roll session. Yeah, I think you guys can expect this to all happen pretty much exactly as is now. Like, minus certain events. Let's see. This is the rerun, so I've already covered all these units. Or have I? Have I made a banner for Karnas Santa, chat? Or not a banner, a video? Is fundamentally that there's I have not. That's wild. It's Fleshcad? Yes, it's Fleshcad. Cover 90 plus plus. I always talk about the 90 plus plus. I just was like, I didn't remember if I had or not. Vitra, I should have one on. I do not have one on Vitra. Huh? That's so wild. Dude, I'm even staring at the Karnamas Lotto guide that I made. That's so whack. I can't believe I haven't made a video on either of these. You've made a Karnamas rerun PSA video? Wait, did I? What's my PSA video? Made a V-Day PSA. Past CAD providing future CAD with new videos. It's just wild. Like, I can't believe I haven't done that. It only had the thumbnail. Yeah, I'm not seeing a PSA for it, but that's fine. I don't know. That's wild. I can't believe I haven't done that. So we'll have to see, because let's see, how long should we have for Karnamas? It was December 7th or 2 days prior, so it should be December 5th. So we've got about 2 weeks until Karnamas. So I got time. I got plenty of time to be able to record. I just was like, what the heck? Like, why is this not a thing? Ah, yes, the holy banana. The thing I need to look for here is I believe we are capped at 20 boxes. Yeah, then how you advance the main quest is both time and the number of black boxes. Oh, right. Yeah, and you have to open the boxes to get the black boxes. Oh, yes. Okay, it's coming back to me. I forgot about that. It's such a annoying mechanic. Like, it's fine to open your 10 first right away, but you don't want to be doing the rest of it. So let's see. That's not right. That's not right at all. At least not for this one. Okay, so yeah, it does clarify there. This is probably just because they just copy pasted from the original event. Fandom's kind of notorious for doing crap like that. SP. I remember there's like nodes you can do, but is that this? The black boxes also give you these mats? Is it just part of the shop is why? Because that's what I'm forgetting. Like, Fandom does not do a good job of breaking this stuff down. Okay, at least we'll get black boxes from doing the fighting matches. Oh, right. The black boxes are their own separate second lotto system. That's what I'm not understanding. Okay. Oh god, that's like my brain was like going for a loop there trying to figure that out. It's the only time that's ever happened with a lotto and I totally forgot about it. I Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. There is a global black box count mechanic for this event. I feel like there is. And like, what's weird to me is I don't see this anywhere in fandom stuff. Because like, there's this where like the nodes unlock by virtue of how many you have, but I believe there is a server wide count of these. And I believe we get rewards when they unlock. No? Not anymore? No, I'm pretty sure it was here on the rerun because I remember doing the rerun on JP and I remember thinking we're not going to hit that. And basically the JP devs realized this and turned the auto like switch on. Kind of like how with a raid where there's the auto kill switch. I believe they made it go all the way up. That was Nightingale's, I think, was the rewards. Was it? Am I misremembering? God, I have no idea what Galmus was named. That'd have been 2021. No, well. There's original Karnamas. It's been 2 years. That's part of the issue. Oh god, when was Galmas? Okay, there we go. 2019. Holy shit. Wait, but then did this not have a rerun? Or was this the rerun? Okay. Okay. That is what I'm remembering. All right. Bro. COVID strikes again. The world has not moved on since 2019. Sent you what I found. Okay, let me take a look. Yeah, so it's just your personal amount. Just to show chat. It is literally just your personal amount. So it's not a server-wide mechanic. That's what I'm remembering is this mechanic. It's this where it's like, oh yeah, there is an actual like server-wide thing. Oh god, my brain. Counter but for your own black boxes. Yeah, because it's the amount that you need to unlock main story. Okay, that's fine. Like, my brain was just like, oh god, this can't be a thing. All right, so how many? So we get 5 black boxes per. We can do 20 boxes. So basically, you have 100 right here just from this. And there are the Santa matches that can give it out too. So you got 100, 103, 108, 116, 128, 146. 170, 200. Okay, so you have dead even 200 right there. Do we have any from the main quest? Like, there's requirements to unlock it, but so we have 200 total. I don't believe it consumes it. I think it's just a requirement in order to be able to unlock it. Yeah. The 200 right here. And this is the rewards it's going to get you. Sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that for a second because, like, I don't want to say something wrong when I go to record this. Dame dane, dame yo, dane dano yo. Sugi sugite. Okay, let's get this party started. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the Karnamas rerun that is upcoming here on NA. Now, the Karnamas rerun is going to be another lottery event. I know you guys are freaking out hearing that because we just got done with a lotto, but that lotto is going to be a limited lotto. That is to say, you're only going to be able to farm basically 20 boxes in it. Normally, with limited lottos, the restriction is 10, but due to Karnamas having a unique black box mechanic, it's going to be 20 instead for that one. So you will be able to get a little bit more, but it will be capped out. So before we get too deep into discussing that, I did want to quickly kind of show you guys a little bit the upcoming schedule here. Again, we just got done here with the Fairy Night Cup. It is currently the 22nd, the day after the lotto as of the recording of this video. So basically we are still 2 days ahead, since that would be the 24th basically instead on JP's server. So we're still a little bit ahead of time. Again, we do have certain things upcoming here, particularly the Advanced Quest Part 11. And as we move into December, we are going to get, again, some more of the Road to 7 campaigns and pre-release support campaigns prior to Karnamas. Now, we probably won't get anything for Melty Blood because we should have already had this. This banner in particular happens to be our current Thanksgiving banner. I do think you can expect some sort of Advent calendar again announcement, as that'll probably come maybe with a dev diary or something like that. I don't know. We'll just have to keep our eyes peeled for what they're going to do. But I think you guys can kind of expect that. We will get the 2700 days anniversary, though we usually get that ahead. In fact, we may have already had it. I'm not sure on that one. Again, the pre-release support campaign part 4. A lot of these are going to have really nice lucrative banners. Units like Koyanskaya, Oberon, Melson, Muramasa, a bunch of them coming back. So you want to, like, again, pay attention. You know, you've got these really lucrative, really desirable units coming up, but there is going to be LB7 coming. Now, with LB7's launch, just a bit of a PSA on that front, you will not immediately get new units. In fact, the first new unit basically for LB7 will actually come at like New Year's. And then where you'll really start to see them from there is we are going to end up getting another new unit in between the release of part 1 of LB7 and part 2. And then with part 2, you will get actual banners for the LB7 units. So that's, again, kind of how you guys can expect that to go. But so if you're somebody that's maybe trying to save courts, especially for some of the units coming up next year, this may be something that you need to plan accordingly for. Because, again, there are going to be some really nice like meta support units and rare units coming back here in these support campaigns. So it's up to you to determine where and how you want to roll. Again, we will have an advanced quest there basically at the end of the year to close things out. We can expect LB7 probably to launch about the same time, just about on Christmas. Again, I don't anticipate that moving. There's a reason I don't anticipate that moving, but I'd rather not get into spoiler reasons. So again, just expect it basically Christmas Day. We will have a story chapter release instead of a lotto this time, which is definitely, I think, preferable for most people. But either way, again, I don't think you're going to get too much here. We probably won't get necessarily anything like the Winter Party campaign. We usually don't get these because these were IRL events over in Japan. Now, looking at basically the Karnamas rerun here, it's been 2 years since we had the original event. Kind of looking through it here, you guys can see it is a relatively short event, as a lot of lottos are, but it is still going to be about that 12 to 13 day range. So it's not going to be like, you know, like the 9-day sort of Marthamas lotto that we had last year. So things will at least have some time. It is a light version of the event, meaning that the shop should be a little bit easier to manage. Again, a lot of people are going to ask, can you do this on like Nat AP? Can you get to the 20 boxes? The answer is yes. If you're struggling though, for whatever reason, for efficiency purposes, do keep in mind you can pop an apple or two if you need to. It's not the end of the world. I would recommend getting all 20 boxes here though, because they are quite lucrative. And I'm going to tell you why here in a second. Again, the only requirement for the event is that you have cleared Fuyuki, so nothing too bad there. But basically, as we mentioned before, there is a unique black box mechanic in this. So essentially, you're going to want to participate in the lottery. That's going to get you those festive wrappings, basically. And then as you do that, you'll be able to roll out your boxes for the lotto. And those boxes are going to include black boxes inside of them. So the normal lotto boxes will have black boxes inside of them. Those black boxes are going to be what you're going to want to do in order to advance the story. It will be time gated, but it again will also have a black box component to it. So you're going to need to open your lotto boxes rather than try to hoard them until the end. For those of you guys that already do something like that, you're perfectly fine. Santa Karna is going to be the welfare. I have actually apparently not done a video on him, so we'll probably do a video on him and Vitra since I haven't done one on her either. So again, expect those in the coming days, but this is where you will permanently unlock him. So if you're worried about making him permanent, you just have to complete the entire story, and basically from there, he should be good. There is also an exchange ticket that you guys can see, basically same things we had like back in the Nightingale Lotto and stuff. So again, you can exchange for these 3 materials. If you feel like you need one more than the other, feel free to go dogpile that, but these should also be available and things. And again, you are going to get 2 times experience whenever you level up Santa Karna. Now, looking at the event bonuses here, obviously your welfare and your new SSR, at least she was new for the original run of the event, are your 100% damage bonus units. They have a 50% bond bonus as well, but ultimately there is no sort of like drop efficiency bonus or anything like that, so you can use whoever you want. Do keep in mind, though, that obviously using damage bonus units is going to go a lot further for you, and you can see we do have a couple in here. Basically, everybody that was damage bonus in the old event, and a couple surprises, units like Santa Martha that have kind of been added now after the fact, because, again, she is another Santa unit and should have bonus. But definitely, again, you can take these units. It'll probably make your time in the nodes a little bit easier since they hit a bit harder, but you don't have to. If you have somebody that's a little bit more robust, you can go with that instead. Cherry Icicle is actually a pretty good craft essence. At MLB, it is 50% starting charge, NP damage, and quick performance there on top of that. So it is a relatively nice one. It's sort of like the quick variant of Cranking or Ocean Flyer. The only downside is because they seemingly hate quick at times, Cherry Icicle is not all attack scaling. So it's still a really good craft essence, but it is not the best. If you're somebody that played the original event 2 years ago, you should still have these. Hopefully you saved them. This is going to allow you to be able to like just walk right in at max bonus. If you're somebody that didn't play the original event, you might struggle to complete this on Nat AP. So be careful. Again, that may be where something like maybe popping a couple apples here comes into play. It's totally up to you. However, I am also going to say Cherry Icicle, while it is a good craft essence, is not a great craft essence. So don't view it as a must MLB type situation if you're new to the event. If you get the 4 from the shop and you're like, oh man, I just need one more to MLB. Trust me when I say this, it's not the end of the world if you can't manage to get it to MLB. So again, it's up to you if you want to go after something like that. But I'm going to tell you, you don't need to go after something like that. For the event craft essences, command codes, it's the same ones that we had last time. You can see basically when attacking with the engraved card, gain 3 critical stars and heal the equipped servant by 200. And basically for your 4-star one here, it's when engraved on a buster card, increase the card's critical damage by dragon trait targets by 30%. So honestly, to me, the 4-star one here is a little bit better than the 5-star one, but it's totally up to you to determine which one you prefer in that regard. And the 3-star one here is when attacking with the engraved card, inflict poison towards the target. So if you have somebody that scales off of poison being on an enemy, this could be a really good one. Someone like Robin Hood, obviously. Increase the engraved card's critical damage as well by 5%. So definitely a interesting command code there. Now, taking a look at the summoning campaign, again, this one's relatively straightforward. It's going to have Vitra, it's going to have Karna, it's going to have Arjuna, so they're all permanent units. If you're looking to hoard your quartz, this is an easy banner to save on. You do not have to go after any of these units. But if you maybe really like Vitra, or you really want, a copy of Karna or Arjuna or something like that, feel free to go in. It's not that any of these units is bad. It's just that a lot of people will probably ignore this banner due to the permanent nature of the units and the possibility, at least, that they could eventually spook you. So essentially, as we look to this, you can see that there is going to be a little bit of a staggering. Basically, at the very beginning of the event, you're going to have Vitra get her banner, and then it's probably not going to be until a couple of days in here, about 4 to 5 days in, you're going to see Karna's banner, and then a day later, you're going to see Arjuna's banner show up. Again, there are pairings for the 4 stars. You can see Vitra's paired with Martha, Karna's paired with Parvati, and Arjuna is paired with Beowulf. So again, nothing too much to say about the 4 stars here, other than it's kind of evil to put 2 Lancers together, but I digress. This is something that they seem to do a lot with the Lancer category. Your rate up craft essences, again, your 5-star MLB is going to be Twinkle Star. It's going to be something that'll help you clear the shop, obviously, but it's not something you have to have in order to clear the shop. Again, it's going to be arts damage, NP damage, and gaining critical stars per turn in a split stat, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. The 4-star is a little bit better. It's buster up and critical damage, and it is all attack scaling, so that could have some potential uses. And the 3-star is freeze frame, which is all HP scaling, damage cut, and arts up, which can also have some potential uses, at least on a budget. Looking at our event shop here, again, we're going to basically have our 3 normal currencies and then the Christmas gongs. These are also another material that it will be found in your boxes. Think of it sort of like, again, the extra like 4th shop mat that's going to allow you to like buy these limited items. And then once it's used, it can just be converted into QP, as you see here, about 500k a pop. There should be about 4 of these things in every single box. So again, you're looking at basically another 2 million QP out of every box if that's all you're going to use them for. But this will be how you'll get your copies of Karna. So again, if you're looking for the extra NP copies, maybe you didn't finish them last time, this is going to be basically where you would get that from. Looking at the Holy Banana here, this is going to be your gold material. Obviously, you're going to get 2 copies of Cherry Icicle here. Again, this is your Lotto CE, so this is going to be probably what most people will want to equip. Though keep in mind, there will be that concern over clearing the shop in this time period if you're trying to do everything on Nat AP. And so from there, you can also see this is going to be where the 5-star command code is for people that didn't get it the first time around. Again, if you did, it is what it is. It's probably not going to let you buy it. But again, there's nothing you can do about it. It's also going to be where you're going to get Karna's coins. Again, it's definitely going to be nice. You don't want to miss out on the coins if he's someone you really like. Even if he's someone that you rarely use, getting the coins can still be worth it because unlocking the appends can kind of change how a unit functions at times. So getting things like his mana loading online, or again, even something like crit damage could also really help him. Taking a look basically here at the materials from the gold mat, you can see we get dragon reverse scales, which are relatively rare, especially nowadays on NA. Back in the early days of FGO, they were a lot more common, but if you're a newer player, you're probably not going to have nearly as many dragon reverse scales. Your LB3 reactor cores are going to be here, your LB5 radiant silver crowns, and then basically your gold statues and monuments. Because this isn't an unlimited lotto, getting things like the statues may be a harder pick. I would leave them till last. And if they're all that's left in the shop and you run out of time, it's no skin off your back. But I would make sure that you purchase them last out of everything on this list. Again, the gold foes here for the HP ones at least are going to be in this, and they're also worthy of your attention. For the Saint bars, this is going to be your silver material. You got another copy of Cherry Icicle, the 4-star command code here, more of the Karna coins. And then for the materials, we've got Scarabs of Wisdom, Permafrost Ice Crystals, and Fangs. And then we've also got the silver monuments here and statues. So again, same deal. If you find that you just don't have the time to actually get all of these out of the shop, it's a-okay. I would also leave them for last. We also have one more copy of a gold HP foe there. And then last but not least, with the bronze material, the cool gum, we've got a 4th copy of Cherry Icicle, the 3-star command code, more Karna coins, and then basically the Serpent Jewels, the Howling Stakes, basically, and the Unlucky Bones are going to be your again materials out of this. We have one last 4-star basically HP foe here, so that's going to make 4 copies of that, and then essentially your normal foes, and that's going to be how you round out the shop. Main quests are, again, as we mentioned, I'm not going to get too spoilery here, but they do basically require that you get black box amounts to unlock. I don't believe it consumes the black boxes, but there is, again, like a requirement that you have achieved a certain amount. So like I said, this is going to require you to open your boxes in order to progress through the event. Again, there is a time lock component to this, so don't just immediately open your boxes and go like, why can't I advance? There will be a time lock, but as long as you are opening them steadily, you should be fine. You don't necessarily have to hoard them in any way, shape, or form. You will, again, get a guaranteed 3-star CE of freeze frame there out of the initial quest, but otherwise, again, you guys can kind of just expect, par for the course in this regard. It's going to function exactly how most of them do. There is a grail at the end of the event. However, if you have already done the event and gotten the grail, you will instead get a crystallized lore. So just something that you should kind of consider in your calculations. With regards to the free quests, again, this is going to be how things are going to work. Kind of basically day one, you're going to have the sort of crappy nodes available to you. You're not going to get new nodes until more of them unlock. So it's up to you how to do this. Usually I kind of go through once or twice on each of these. Maybe if you're somebody that needs to unlock some of the shop CEs for lotto currency, you can certainly go a little bit here and try to actually get them done. But if someone that already has it, this is basically going to be the immediate like Nat AP node. You're not really going to want to pop any apples until the end. That's up to you to determine how you want to do this. Again, remember, there is a cap of 20 boxes, so there's only going to be so much you can farm. But yeah, basically day one's nodes are the worst. If you have to sit on any of them, I recommend sitting on the advanced node. It should be the gold node here, and that should have the best rate of return, but it's still not going to be a good rate of return. Then you're going to get round 2 basically the next day. Again, things are just going to kind of keep progressing. So basically where you're going to want to kind of turn on everything is when we start getting to the final rounds here. Again, you guys can see here is your 90 node. It is going to essentially be your heavyweight node, as we like to call it. It's a 333 Lancer node. Nothing too difficult for most people. A lot of people should have a good either loopable or 3-turnable AoE saber at this point. So that one's just going to drop the lotto currency, nothing else. But again, you can farm that if you so choose. Then we get the super heavyweight round. This is going to be your 90 plus. And this one is going to be a 212 Lancer node. Again, we did have this in the prior run of the lotto, but we are going to have a 90 plus here. So this will drop not only your lottery bandages here, but basically also all of your gacha currencies as well. So if anything, I recommend doing at least the 90 plus, as it's going to be the most efficient thing to not only get you to your 20 boxes, but also to help you clear the shop in that regard. So I would wait until at least this point, at least the 90 plus point, before you start considering popping apples if you can. Then basically we have the ultra heavyweight version. This is going to be our new node. This is the 90 plus node, which again, 2 years ago when this came out, there were not plus nodes. So now we have a 132 Berserker node. Again, you have a 1 million HP unit here. It's ultra heavy maternal love, so you can guess who that is. And certainly there's going to be quite a bit of things that you can exploit against her. Again, just popping Raiko back open here. You can see she is divine. She is Genji, so you have that potential right there. She is a writing traded servant. So there's definitely going to be some exploitations that you can use here. In fact, even somebody as nice as like Mao Nobu can really pop off in a situation like this. So this is going to be the node that you're going to want to probably do. It's going to give you the most efficiency. And again, it should be at least possible to 6-slot, though it will not be the easiest thing in the world due to the sheer amount of, again, HP. Trying to use those damage bonus units should help you out, but just keep in mind that because it's Berserkers, everyone's kind of effective, so they usually kind of bump up the Berserker HP values a little bit to help with that. And that's why you do see at least like a reasonably beefy middle node here, but then a 300k enemy right at the very beginning. So this is going to be a little bit of a lopsided thing, as you're going to need to be able to do good damage out of the punch, and then basically also do good damage for the end, with the least amount of damage actually coming in wave 2. So there will be people that will be capable of doing this. A lot of solutions should be available. No, we're not going to be doing a lot of spreadsheet for this because, again, it's capped. So worst case scenario, you struggle bust through it. If you don't 3-turn, it's not the end of the world, since a lot of you should be operating on Nat AP. There will also be a node at the end. Again, you can see the Holy Knights Boxing Festival. This will cost you some of the bells that, again, you get from the lotto boxes. I recommend doing this at least once if possible, and you might not necessarily have enough to full clear the bell shop if that's the case. But if you will remember, just kind of scrolling back up here, let's go back. Let's look at the event shop. Look at the Christmas gongs here, the bells, aka. And you can see there are command code removers here in this. So if you have to skimp on anything, skimp on these because they are relatively worthless. So again, if that allows you to be able to do the final, whoops, I skipped ahead, allows you to be able to do at least the final node once, go ahead with it. I do not recommend doing the final node multiple times because remember, you are limited as to how many gongs you can get. If this were an unlimited lotto, you could certainly farm this quite a bit, but because it is limited, I do not recommend it. So do it the one time, get yourself the ticket, and then you're good. Otherwise, not really worth. Again, and that's kind of going to be your nodes for the event. So like I said, wait until the 90 plus, wait until the plus plus. Those two are going to be your actual efficient nodes to pop apples. So if you find that you're behind and that you're needing to catch up, like certainly if you haven't managed to get enough currency to open the black boxes to advance in the event, you might have to pop an apple. But my advice is to wait and preserve your apples until those nodes unlock. Looking at the lottery itself and what the boxes are going to give you, it says no reset limit. This is a lie. It's just fandom copy and pasting. But essentially, you're going to have, again, some normal rewards here. So there is a grand prize. It's going to basically, for the first 4 boxes, be Karna's punching bag. This is going to be his ascension material. So not his additional NP copies, but the thing that's going to allow him to level up. So you definitely want to make sure you get those. Basically, box 5 is going to have the exchange ticket that makes him permanent. At least I believe that's what it is, but I may be incorrect on that because I believe that doesn't happen until at least the epilogue. And then basically you're going to, with box 6, have the crystallized lore, and for 7 through 10 you're going to get 4 copies basically of the attack gold foes. So right there, that's going to counterbalance the 4 HP foes that you got in the shop, and now you end up even. And then from boxes 11 through 20, normally it's 11 through infinity, but because it's capped at 20 this time, it only goes up to this. There is no grand prize. So essentially, these are going to be the rewards that you guys are going to get for the first 10 boxes. It does include things like gold apples and silver apples that go away. But at least for these first 10, you are going to get all of this, including more black boxes, as we mentioned. And then your actual lotto box materials here are going to be meteor horseshoes, seeds, dust, and then cerebrospinal fluid. But again, remember, you are limited. There are only 20 boxes, so basically take each of these times 20. So you're going to get 40 meteor horseshoes, 40 seeds, 40 dust, and basically 60 cerebrospinal fluid out of this. Again, from here you guys can see it. You do kind of lose a couple items, particularly the gold and silver. The gold and silver apples, and then, like we mentioned, the sort of like jackpot rewards, the grand prize rewards. There is a special secondary lotto here, though, and it's the black box lotto. So, as we mentioned, you will get black boxes from the normal lotto boxes. These are required to progress the event, but they are not consumed by the event in that way. How you're going to consume them is here. They're going to be their own lottery that you can roll out. You are only going to get 200 total black boxes, though, throughout the entire event, and that requires you to do everything. This includes opening up all of your 20 boxes, all of your 20 normal boxes, plus doing all of the Santa quests that are kind of listed here. Each one of these Santa matches will award you some, again, nice rewards, but also several black boxes. So you guys want to make sure you do all of these in due time to make sure that you unlock every single black box that you can. And part of the reason for why, and again, you can see there's a crystallized lore there for completing the final one, but the reason why is because as you look to this special black box lotto, you can see it has some very lucrative rewards in here, including yet another crystallized lore, a summon ticket, multiple quartz fragments, up to basically 7 quartz worth there, or sorry, 9 quartz worth there. Did that backwards. And then a rare prism on top of several golden apples, and then basically 10 of each of these materials and 39 5-star embers. So it is a really, really nice system. And basically, this is a good thing and something that you want to make sure that you get all of them for, so that you don't lose out on any of these relatively lucrative materials. Again, we already explained the Santa matches, and so all we have left is the challenge quest. I'm not going to get too deep in here, but naturally there is going to at least be a comet shard that you get from this and a crystallized lore. So again, it's up to you. You're basically going to be fighting against Karna here, and again, there are numerous solutions to something like this. But remember, at the end of the day, you do have damage bonus in the event. Make use of it. Try to get the best bang for your buck and enjoy the farm. Like I said, it's just going to kind of be a pretty chill one. Try to nat AP it as much as you can. If you feel like you can't do it on nat AP, at least wait until the last 2 nodes there before you finally actually start to pop the apples. So again, I hope you guys found this informative. I will see you guys for the next one. Good luck on all of your rolls, and have a happy holiday and a Merry Christmas. There we go. Seashell Lotto next, Xmas? Yeah. Ugh. Dust Lotto win? See, I don't even have to tell you that. Chat's telling you that now, Avalon. Even chat knows. I just got informed that fandom listed Saber Monument and pieces, but it's archers instead. Listen, it's fine. I don't care. Like, if fandom makes a mistake, that's not on me as far as I'm concerned. And I know people are like, oh, but you just read off the fandom. I'm like, I do, but I do try to provide insight. For instance, fandom's not going to tell you to wait to pop your apples. I am, because I'm a veteran of the game, and I know how to handle that shit. It's an efficiency argument. If you're going to pop apples, don't pop them on the shitty nodes. Pop them on the really efficient nodes, right? Like, that makes a whole lot of sense the more you think about it. But to newer players, this is something that is not apparent to them. So it's why it's important to talk about stuff like that. Talked about Mount Nobu for 90++, but she isn't damage bonus, is she? No, I don't believe she is. The reason I talked about her is because, again, she now has basically all of her improvements, so she's a 50% charger. And she is anti-divine. So you're going to have a field day with Mount Nobu, basically. And using something like a Buster comp, you're going to be able to basically 3 turns. Since, again, if you have MLB of that CE, you have 50% right there. Yeah, here are your damage bonus units, so you guys can see. There's quite a bit. Is there an old guide for this one? I didn't play the original content. Yeah, I was gonna say there is, but there isn't. That was 50% charger. Sorry. Yeah, let me restate that. Nobu is a 30% charger. With her mana loading, though, that's 50. So with a 50% C, which is the Lotto C at MLB, she will work just fine. Right? Like, basically how that charge is going to break down, she charges 30% on wave 1. She has 20% from her mana loading. She has a 50% CE. Boom goes the dynamite. Turns 2, it's double Koyanskaya all the way, baby. And then turn 3, she gets back to the 30% again, and then you use Oberon to fill in the remaining. I set up my support besides my Lotto Cs because I don't know if the half off uses event support. Oh, that's a good question. Does half off Ember Gathering use event support? I don't believe it does. Like, since I've been kind of grinding it all day. Like, I'm pretty sure it just uses normal. So you should be fine unless, like, they do some quirky fucking campaign that somehow uses it. Like, maybe advanced quests or something, but I can't imagine that does either. It'd have to be like hunting quests. That's usually the only one that actually does. And I don't think there's hunting quests. Like, we're now in the era where, like, you get like one hunting quest a year. Not even, sometimes. Predator 7 also doesn't use it. Yeah. I know Seashell, Lotto, Screw Dust. As for other units that would be good here, Vitra would be particularly good. Again, a lot of people forget Vitra is party-wide anti-divinity, so you're gonna get a 30% power mod right there, right? And she definitely has a decently nice, like, NP. Again, it's gonna skill seal as well, so it's gonna stop, like, Mama Raiko from, like, going ape shit if you don't kill her somehow. So she's going to be 100% damage bonus. She's going to be really good. She's going to be anti mama in that regard, and that should allow you to do quite a bit. Just looking to see who else here is on bonus. Oh, I'm sad they didn't make like Burrito Martyr or someone here bonus, because like if they had, that would have been really nice. Because again, Mama is writing, and I remember like killing basically the Ushigozen version of Mama back in Onigashima, and I used like OG Nobu for that, and OG Nobu just shat on it. It was really, really hilarious in that regard. Oh yeah, oh god, no, Mao Nobu is gonna destroy her. What the shit? Oh my god, it's double niche. It's Divinity and Sky. That's as good as it gets for Mamanobu, or yeah, quite literally. So you should be able to do quite a bit of work there with something like that. At NP1, that might not. Again, I don't have a Mamanobu. Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, like, again, Divine is a very exploitable niche. There's plenty of people there that can handle something like that. So that alone, again, everybody's basically going to be effective because it's a berserker. So she's chaotic and good. So if you can exploit that in either way, that's also something. And again, the Sky attribute is also something like, so for instance, with any art setup, you can pair like a double Castoria with a Nero Bride, and Nero Bride will provide anti-Sky. So that's another way to boost something. So like if you're trying to use like Vitra, as we mentioned, or if you're trying to use some other arts unit. For instance, I think, I was gonna say, I think OG Sieg is in here. He's probably not gonna be the best for something like this, but like it would at least potentially be an option, right? So there are ways of being able to handle this. Can I just fly 5 slot and use Black Rail? Yeah, you can. Like it's up to you. Just remember, a lot of it's an efficiency argument. So your primary goal is to get to 20 boxes and clear the shop. As long as you do that, it don't matter. Does Enkidu get his battery before this node? I don't think so. I was gonna say, I don't think that's till next year, but is 20 boxes enough to clear shop generally? That's a very dangerous question. So the reason why I say it's a dangerous question, what are you running? Are you running max MLB? Like max bonus? Are you 6 slot like 6 MLB at plus 12? Because that will not be enough to clear the shop probably. Like you will probably hit your 20 boxes before you clear shop. Did you roll? Are you running gotcha Cs? If you're running gotcha Cs, you will probably clear the shop before you hit your 20 boxes. So it really depends on how efficient you are on either side as to like whether or not that will be enough. Buddy, I got Mao on JP just recently, but I couldn't ever get her on an A. Always bad timing, other priorities. Oh, she's been bad to me on an A. Got all my bonus still? Yeah, I actually have no idea if I have mine. Let me double check. Forgive me, chat. I must rat jam. Behold the rat. We are the rats. And we still have like a lotto out there for JP, probably. Like, that's the other consideration here. I have no clue when that's happening. Let's go take a look. I put my X's bonus C's up already, just replace the fairy cup ones. Yeah, that's fine. What am I doing? Formation. Second archive. Craft essence. Okay, I got one MLB of Cherry Icicle. Okay. That's a little concerning. Beans, they give it the 22. I burned all the extra copies of C I had. I just hope I didn't like combine them all. Okay, that's 2 MLB. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. I mean, better 2 MLB than none, but I must have forgotten that was attached to a lotto. Oh, wait, yeah, maybe I was in the inventory section. Hold on. Oh, thank God. Okay, crisis averted. I was in the wrong section. Thank God. Yeah, I checked the second archive, like, first. I was still on the inventory screen instead of the actual second archive screen. So, like, that's what I didn't realize. And I was like, oh, shit. And then what we did is we actually double counted. Yeah, there's some lottos that I went really hard. Okay. So yeah, that's good. That's a feels good, man. I guess I'll take a cue from chat and we'll go ahead and do that as well. Of course, it's not going to appear here. So let's see. Where's my other one? There it is. I don't know why that one's like split out separately. Yeah, no one's going to use any of these other units. Like, I can go find the other ones, but like just having the actual like meta supports with it is really all that matters. Nope, not that. By the way, chat, please design your supports intelligently. Like, I'm not saying you have to have every support up, but I see people all the time where it's like, oh, I have an MLB on this character, but not this character. And you can easily just split them out into another support and have them on both. I see this like all the time, and I'm like, guys, come on. I have no idea if my Mount Oba will be strong enough, so I'm not going to put her up yet on sport. It'll be something I have to look into. Every fuse throws up nothing but waifus. That's fine. You can put waifus on, but just understand that that has an issue. I also only put them on meta sports. Yeah, so I'm not saying that you can't put stuff up on other units, although I will ask you politely not to, because all it does is clutter crap. Like, as long as you don't put one of the MLB, like, gotcha Cs on one of those units, I'm usually fine. First page is waifu showcase, right? For me, yes. Yes, it's quite literally the saber face lineup. So like, you have 3 support lists. One of my 3 is saber faces. The other 2 support lists are very robust in spite of that. So friend points are a pain to manage. Why bother managing them? Just never roll your FP. Be the Sigma male you were born to be, Chad. Never roll your FP. This is the way. Don't conform to societal norms. Did you get your lore from the shop reset? I did, yes. Me sitting on over 7 million. Me sitting on over... You know, it's best I don't look at that amount. Especially since I just rolled out my lotto boxes. I actually don't know what the amount is. It's just probably best if I don't look. Over 30 million? It might be. Like... And I've seen people that have like over 100 million or something. So like, people are just fucking insane. Last I checked, it was around like 23 million, but I have no idea. Like, I actually don't pay attention to my NA like FP amount because it's such a like non-issue. I have like the vast majority of my stuff done. Like, again, for reference, all of my mystic codes are done. They're all level 10. So like, okay. Like, it's why I don't even have to care about really what mystic code I'm taking to a node. In a similar way, like all my units are FOD. So it's the same thing where like, oh, well, what craft essences do you have to level? I don't have to level anything. I have like everything I really kind of need already level 100. It doesn't mean I have every craft essence in the game at 100. I obviously don't. It just means like, yeah, I have like over 20 craft essences at level 100. It's highly unlikely that any additional craft essence that I would level up would ever get used. Because odds are within those 20 craft essences are the lion's share of like use. We're getting coins for decades rolling FP. My JP will, my NA will not. My NA will not get that many when that happens. Only like 21 million left on my Neo plug until level 10. Soon I'll be done. Nice. I'm actually surprised you didn't finish during the lotto. Like, I finished my Mystic code on like, it was like day 1 of the lotto. Like, and I had like half of the like rank 9 bar when I started the lotto. I just was like, oh, okay. Yeah, like I didn't even realize I had done it. My plug is level 8 and I did over 400. I mean, it depends too. If you were working on like some of your other things, that's definitely a thing. Yes, by the way, Chad, I am popping apples here. This is a new lotto for me. This is a 5-star Ember lotto is what I'm doing right now. I look for store currency first so I can get the CEs myself. Yeah, like that's straight up. It should always be your first priority. If you are new to an event, grab the shop CEs first. After that, it becomes your prerogative as to how to advance. Probably there's no comp I could use it on because janky NP requirements. Oh, the plug? Wait, you weren't able to level plug? That's wild. I would think it'd be the reverse problem of like if you needed to level up another Mystic code, you couldn't. Diggy diggy hole, community version. A lot of really helped me boost my alter ego, Seat 9 Kiara. Nice. Yeah, I love lottos. At least like they're tedious, they're annoying, but at least you get to advance your account. It's like the patience that you exercise all year, you finally get to just go like ham. Like you get to go like full bore. No more going off half cocked. You're going off full cocked. And it's really nice at the end of a lotto, like getting to advance your units and actually seeing the progression your account has. It's actually like the most depressing thing for me this lotto, because the only thing that actually really advanced is my Grailed unit. That's it. That's all that advanced. I got to like finish off like 3 or 4 units that I hadn't fully leveled up, and then that was it. Bone and Dust Lotto win, you can join the line. You can take a ticket and get behind Avalon, who's been complaining about that. My plug is also only level 7 after the Lotto. On the other hand, Martha Castor spawned 9. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, again, if you guys are working on, like, other Mystic Codes and finishing them off, there's no problem with that. Like, I wouldn't be in a rush to finish your plug, because your plug will finish no matter what you do. Like, no matter what you do, you are going to get forced to use plug suit at times. Therefore, your plug suit will automatically finish itself. Bones in May, Dust is never. Yes. They know. That's why, like, in the current event on JP, you can basically just auto farm resources in the shop, and I literally have it on the Dust. I have like 800 Dust on my JP account, but it doesn't mean I don't need more. And I do not trust them. Whereas, like, yeah, my NA account is like any of the year 1 materials my NA account killed long ago. And, like, I do mean killed. Like, there is no way that I will ever need them ever again. Because I have so much of a lead on it. It's just impossible for it to ever actually, like, for, like, point of reference, I think you need, like, last I checked, I think you need, like, 9,000 of, like, the evil bones to finish all of them. Like, every unit in the game. And I'm sure that number's gone up since then. But last I checked, I had like 7,000 evil bones. And then people are like, oh, well, Cad, you're 2,000 short. And I'm like, yeah, here's the other problem. I've also already spent like 7,000 bones. And then it's like, it's like, oh, okay. No, I'm way ahead. Thank you, Type. Appreciate it. Night's going pretty good. We're doing some Ember farming. Producer at 13.7k. What, for like the total amount needed? Like, I do know things like the appends and it like increased that, but I'm also gonna say, like, you know, as much as people want to like 999 every skill in the game, I feel like trying to 999 every append in the game, it's not impossible, it's just highly improbable because it would take so much fucking money. So, like, that's one where it's like, I feel like you could calculate like a third of the append amount and say, like, hey, 1 append on every unit. And I think that would be a reasonable estimation. But I think looking at like, oh man, yeah, we got to have all appends, I'm like, that's not going to happen. Like, some psychotic whale out there will probably do that stuff. It's just not worth. I have 3k bones myself, never need bones again. Yeah. Now you can just swap around for convenience. Yep. It's like I was talking about the other day. Like, I had no problem luring 2 appends on Seal, on JP, because if I ever need another append, I'm just going to switch one of them. Boom. There you go. Now I have that for this run. That's why I said, like, I'm actually surprised they gave us that, because that is out of all the mechanics that they've given us. They have been such a stickler about bond. They have been such a stickler about giving us more coins. You allowing us to swap appends is giving us more coins. Like, quite literally. You can just shift it to whatever the hell you need. Like, that's the one mechanic that I can think of in recent memory where it's like, probably since Pity, that's the one mechanic I can think of that actually hurt their bottom line. that will cost them rolls. What would you say to someone who refused to use lures on skills because they were OCD on hoarding them? Yeah, Maestro, what would I say to you? No, like there are people that I know that are peculiar about how they like level skills or who they choose to level the skills on and stuff like that. I think it's fine. Like there is an optimal way to play the game, and then there's your way. And your way is not the most optimal, no matter who you are, because you're obviously not going to play the most optimal. You're going to have like some things that you feel strongly about and some things that you don't care about. And it's fine. Like I can teach you guys the most optimal way to play the game. I can't make you play the game that way. And you're not wrong for wanting to play the game in a different way. It's just how you find enjoyment, right? That's how I choose to look at it. My only issue is when people go, "Hey, this is how I play the game, and you have to play it like me or you're wrong." It's like, sure, buddy, whatever. I'm not doing that. Like I've seen people that refuse to ever use a double support. So like, oh, see how I have double Summer Scotty? They would refuse to do this. They would not play the game this way. That's fine. They don't have to do that. In fact, that's quite bond efficient to play that way. You don't have to do that. But they also expected everybody else to play that way. And they would literally sit there and throw snide comments whenever somebody didn't play this way. And I was like, okay. And eventually they caused enough of a stink that I kicked them off the server because I got tired of dealing with them. It's like, I don't mind people having a unique like opinion and playing the game in different ways. It's when they start being asses about it. How would you fix the coin problem? Oh God. So let's start back at square one. First, what do we determine to be the coin problem? Like how would you define the coin problem? The reason I chuckled and reacted this way is because I've answered this question many times, right? So. Yeah, and I do feel like people are going to interpret this in different ways, and that's why I'm asking them. So that, like, I can understand specifically what he's asking. There are only so many bond grails to bypass having NP6 of an SSR for coins. Yeah, that is an issue. I have said before that they need to actually give us more bond grails and have a consistent path to it, and it needs to not be rare prisms. Like locking some of it behind rare prisms is fine, but there needs to be a way that like free to plays can actually get bond grails at least semi regularly. Started buying bond grails over lures on JP now. I don't want to be an ass, but I would tell you should probably not do that. And the reason why is because basically lures are always finite and always have been. Yeah, the way I always view lures is the more skills you have at 10, the more appends you have at 10, the better your account. Always. Like, lures directly contribute to gameplay. Bond grails really don't. Like, they could in the way that, like, hey, you could get more coins. They could in the way that, like, hey, you could get more quartz. But that's not a direct way. Because, for instance, you could roll out that quartz and get fuck all. Or you could get those coins and it doesn't actually matter because you already had enough coins. Like, bond grails are not they're an indirect increase to your account. I rarely use bond grails on my end. Yeah, I'm actually pretty good. Like, I actually don't bleed through bond grails like some other people do. But that's because I spread my bond around so much. Like it takes me a long time to actually like hit a cap for a unit. For instance, chat, what am I doing right now? Am I running a Buster comp? Am I running an arts comp? Am I running a highly used damage dealing character? In fact, this is the first time I've used Daikokuten to farm on my NA account. Why am I using Daikokuten? Because I can. And this is how I play the game. I spread my bond around quite a bit. Yeah, sorry, I'm just seeing if RST actually responded. Like, I don't mind answering the question. I just don't want to like go off on a tangent and say like this is how I would fix this, and it's like not even the issue that you were thinking of. So that's why I was just waiting on a response to see what like particularly RST found to be the issue. I use 3 Zerkers with MLB K-scopes. Yeah, and so like using 3 Zerkers with MLB K-scopes is time efficient, but it's not bond efficient. But if that's how you like, there's no problem with it. I've done the same thing myself at times. Sometimes you can't be bothered, and I don't blame like anybody that feels that way at times. I love my rats, grilled them to 90. Nice. Yeah, they're really like nice. This comp just kind of works. Like I basically just press everything turn 1 and then only do a Scotty charge skill on each of the subsequent waves. It's just very fluid, easy comp. Like if I were doing a lotto farm with this comp, this would be considered very, very easy. I got Enkidu recently, but his kit makes me question what support would best fit for him. Oh god. Enkidu is a very weird unit in that regard, because part of the issue is you have to understand the evolution of Enkidu. Enkidu started out as a challenge unit that did relatively middling damage, but had extremely good survivability. And then they decided, hey, we're going to give Enkidu, instead of middling damage, really good damage. And then they decided, hey, instead of Enkidu having really good damage and good survivability and technically no downside, we're also going to give Enkidu 50% charge. But we're going to slap it on a 10-turn cooldown. And you're like, huh? What does that even mean? Like, why is that a thing? I wouldn't 120 if I didn't legit like the unit enough. Yeah. But usually how the Enkidu 3-turn works, if I remember correctly, is you just have to resign yourself to the fact that like you're not going to get double 50% charges out of Enkidu. So instead at that point, Enkidu becomes like a pseudo 25% charger. Basically, you are 50%, but you only get it the one time instead of like other 50% charging units that can double it up. So at that point, your best bet's probably to use double Oberon and a single Koyan Sky, if memory serves. Let me work out the charge here real fast. It's going to be something like this. That would be the ideal, but that requires you to start out with double Oberon. So you would sacrifice damage. Well, no, because you could do the Koyan 50 here. So you would sacrifice damage in waves 1 and 2, but you would be a lot stronger in wave 3. Yeah, you could do this. Basically, you don't rotate until the 3rd turn. But that allows you to start with a 50% starting charge C. You will need Enkidu's mana loading unlocked for that. Would you be able to do that with the new fifth append and double command? No, because Enkidu's is attached to his third skill. Sorry, his Clay's third skill. And that skill has an exorbitantly long cooldown. Yeah, as Avalon said, you're reducing it to 9 turns. There's still nothing you can do with that. Like, it might help him on the the steroid front, but it's not going to help him on anything else. It is a 10k heal. Yeah, I don't think anyone's arguing that the skill should be better. It's already like cracked as all shit. It's just one of those deals where it's like I think people don't necessarily like off the rip understand the cooldown situation with it, right? Trees are threats? Yes. Oh, is somebody challenging my my statement of Enkidu doing really good damage? So after Enkidu's NP interlude, Enkidu was the singular strongest Lancer in the game at the time, at least for single target, right? And the only people that were able to surpass him was like Brynhildr and Shisho in niche, barely. And that's why, like, since then, both of them have gotten upgrades. And the reason I give them criticism on Enkidu is because finally what they did to combat this is they gave both of the other two charge. So the deal there was they had niche damage and charge. Enkidu had raw damage that he was superior in and survivability. So it was actually kind of balanced at that point. And then they gave Enkidu 50% charge and it fucked everything. And so then they had to come back in and like with Shisho, they had to give her charge again. They basically had to give her charge on her carding. Because they were like, oh yeah, holy shit, this doesn't fucking work. Like nobody's rolling this unit again. And it's like, yeah, I wonder why. You made quite literally a unit have everything with Enkidu. You don't really use him for 3-turning. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like when we're talking about 3-turning with a single target, you always have to kind of take it with a grain of salt because you don't normally 3-turn with a single target. Usually a single target's at best doing like back-to-back NPs. So it's like I can talk about like here's how to best 3-turn with Enkidu, but unless you're in like a challenge fight, odds are you're not doing that. And even then, Enkidu is so good in knockdown, drag out challenges that the way people use Enkidu in challenges normally is for solos. So it just is what it is. You can try to 3-turn with him, but if the fight can't be 3-turned, it can't be 3-turned, and there's nothing you can do about that. Unless you're Squirtle, because Squirtle's the best. That's just because Squirtle do some cracked shit, okay? It's pretty much a one-time use skill. Yeah. Unless the fight's like 15 turns or longer, odds are you're not getting back to Enkidu's skill a second time. Like, yes, it's a 10-turn cooldown. You can get back to it in 10 turns, but that assumes that you popped it like right away. And with how strong of a heal it is, if you're in a challenge environment, you probably don't want to. But do you sometimes take away the subtitle option? Oh, that's really weird. I don't know why. I would just refresh the page and see if that fixes it. Enkidu can use another buff. Let's extend the mana burst to 3 turns and generate 20 crit stars. Fair and balanced. You know what? I agree. And what we should also do is we should also give Enkidu break bar pierce. Right? I feel like that's appropriate. I don't think they'll ever do break bar pierce. I would not be surprised though if they eventually gave us a unit that ignored their new break bar guts mechanic. Like somebody that could somehow invalidate that. But that's I think the furthest that they would go. Refreshing and the option was gone. Oh, that's so weird. It stopped working. Yeah, I don't know why. Squirt is the only single target I know of that has 3-turn capability. Oh no, there's plenty of single targets that have 3-turn capability. It's just like I said before, like usually you don't. I bet Abino Seme can ignore break bars? Yes, of course he can. Abino Seme can ignore break bars because he can ignore the game. If he never shows up, he never has to deal with a break bar. Checkmate. I wish break bars would refresh before the next attack, not at the turn in. Yeah, that would be nice. That'd be a nice quality of life, but that would also allow people to like really push that at times, so I can see why they maybe don't want to allow it. Oh man, I only got 95 stars. I'm surprised I haven't capped out on my embers yet. I've been farming this node quite a bit. What doesn't he can do after all now? Wait, what do you mean? I remember I was 3-turning the 90++ this year's summer event with NB. Fun times. Yeah, like usually it takes something like that. It takes like a 1-1-1 node for you to 3-turn with a single target. And that's really rare, right? Like that. I'm not saying that they don't exist. They do. There have been a couple of them that have been in the game. It's just not a common thing. So more or less it usually is like story fights or challenge fights where you need to do that. Unless you're Seal. Well, Seal's using the hey, what if I kill everybody else by critting them approach. And it works. Yeah, Neurobread. Sorry. NB was like obvious to me, but I probably should have translated that for the rest of chat. I mean, Abby, with all the stuff players want him to do. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I like at this point he's like a poltergeist to to all of like the community where it's like everybody wants him and everybody keeps assuming he's out there, but nobody has actual proof of him. So it'd be what it be. Subtitles are back. I hope they start now. I hope they start too. By the way, chat, how did you guys feel about the video that we watched yesterday? I know I didn't get Stalker because of it, but like, I know that was a relatively like sensitive like subject matter because of everything it kind of broached, but I did want you guys to like see that and see kind of the length that like games journalists are kind of going to nowadays to try to like invalidate like you guys' opinions and to invalidate content creators. Like, they actually do view us as the enemy at this point. And it's kind of freaking wild. They shouldn't, but they do. I watch him on occasion too. Yeah, I like legendary drops. I like content creators that can state things in a very like succinct and eloquent way. Like they get to the heart of the matter very quickly and they finesse it. I just leveled one of my Cherry Icicle Cs to 100. I have always wondered what you think about fully leveling split stat Cs. I'm usually not a fan of it, but that's also because for most people, they don't get like a ton of resources to be able to level 100 to CE. So usually you want to focus primarily on stuff. But if you've been around a long time like me and you have like a ton of FP and you don't care, there's no problem with it. Like, for instance, I have a level 100 Prisma Cosmos. That's all HP scaling. Why is it level 100? Because I can't tell you how many times I have slapped that on like my Castoria or my Merlin, and it has allowed them to live. It's like 3,000 extra HP. Oh boy, baby. Let's go. Games journalists are the worst. Yeah, like I said, there's one or two out there that I think are pretty good. For instance, one of them that I do like to read his opinion on, because he's a little bit more of a normie, but he has always been very fair to every game that I have seen him review, is Gene Park. I think he's with the Washington Post. He runs their like gaming journalism thing. And he does a good job. He's always like critiquing kind of the right things. It's like, to me, out of all the games journalist reviews that I'll read, he feels the most like an actual concerned player and will actually like review the thing. And he will also talk about the macro topics at hand like a content creator would. So like, for instance, I remember reading his review of Stellar Blade, and he disclosed the fact that he's like, yes, I'm a Korean American, so naturally I'm gonna like this stuff. But also he talked about the discourse surrounding the game and the sexualization of the character and how some people didn't like that. And he also stated how he felt like that was not a problem, and here's why. And if I remember correctly, he used the context of Korean culture, and basically saying that in Korean culture, it is a very like normalized thing to get like plastic surgery and to beautify yourself and to be as beautiful as you can possibly be. Now, obviously there's some toxicity within that where it's like, yeah, not everybody should have to go out and get plastic surgery, but he's just stating this is how Korean culture is. So that's why having a very attractive, seemingly perfect character is nothing crazy to them. It's perfectly normal for them. And there's no problem with it on their end of things. So the only issue is like the Western media kind of having a problem with that. It's not an issue for the Korean side of things. And I thought that was a really articulate and like well-made point that was something that I would have never thought of, like on my own. And I was like, oh yeah, it's probably a good point. It's probably why they don't care. They're just going to do something like that. It's how we interpret it because different cultures. Yeah. Like I said, there are occasionally games journalists that actually do their job. Unfortunately, they are few and far between. That is like so with retrospect to the video was trying to make the case that there are only a few good content creators out there, which is such a load of crap. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are more gaming journalists out there than I realize that are actually good. However, I will state that in the same way that he was criticizing the algorithm, we probably don't see those good gaming journalists, because all we freaking see are the crappy drivel that like Kotaku and IGN constantly shovel out into the algorithm themselves. And as the most popular outlets, that's all we see either. So it's a little bit pot calling kettle black at that point when they're going like, how dare like we have to look at these like Asmongold and like other, content creators that we don't like videos because they're at the top. And it's like, how dare we have to look at a shitty, paid off, corrupt IGN review that we know is not authentic. But that's all we get forced into our feeds as well. So like, at the end of the day, again, it is what it is. It's just the way the system works. There's issues with it, but I think it's rather stupid to sit there and claim that like, oh, this is the fault of content creators when they themselves are guilty of it as well. It's hypocritical. Most journalists are more activists than everything, or so it feels like. I do agree with that. Games journalism, I feel like, didn't used to be that way, at least when I was a kid. Like, I'm not going to say that there weren't activists. There were. But it did feel like there was a lot more of, like, this idea of trying to be a good journalist and trying to, like, do your job and do it with integrity and that sort of stuff. Nowadays, it's all clickbaits and revenue generation, and they don't care. They will say anything to get you to click on the article. It is not about being a good journalist anymore. Unlimited Tug of War works, yeah. It feels like it's grown over time and has a bad stigma with it. Yeah, I agree. I think that is kind of the issue. If I look at a game and it doesn't look like my kind of game, open world shooters, etc., then I'm not going to give a damn no matter how good of a look it may be. I agree with that. And like it's kind of like I was saying before, like Dragon Age, for instance, which is kind of the subject of that article. Dragon Age is a game that by all intents I should really like. It's right up my alley, and I didn't even get it. I didn't even consider getting it after like 5 or 6 months ago, right? Like I was on the fence from the very moment the alpha footage for the game leaked, because already in my mind, those developers had made a terrible choice. They had gone down a path that I did not want them to go down. So they were already fighting an uphill battle based purely off that. Then I got to see the trailer for the game. So this was my... I give them a little bit of a discount for like leaked alpha footage, right? Because I know like it's not really supposed to be shown to the public yet. So then they come out with the actual trailer for the game. And I am immediately turned off even more. And at that point, I became disinterested in the game. Immediately from the trailer. Because it just went like, all right, I've seen some of the gameplay. Maybe it's not perfect, but I don't like what they're doing with it. And now I've seen the trailer, and it's clear that not only have they doubled down, but they've maybe gone with this like cartoony, weird sort of like look and vibe for the game. And we've changed the name of the game. It was supposed to be Dragon Age 4 Dreadwolf, and now it's Dragon Age the Veilguard. None of those are good signs. Like, none of that amounts to, hey, this is going to be some really good AAA award-winning game. That instead looks like it's a dumpster fire rolling down the hill. Like, here comes the dumpster. It's rolling down the hill, and oh, look, what's that inside? That's a fire. And it's like, I look at that and I go, I'm getting the hell out of that thing's way. Neither mean anything on their own. So I disagree with that. But the reason I disagree with that is because there is another piece of knowledge that I did know, which is that they fired their lead writer for the game. The lead writer was one of the last original BioWare employees. They were one of the last 2 people that was around when the original Dragon Age game was conceptually created. The other person that was still around also got fired at the same time as them. There is nobody left in like BioWare that was around for the creation of Dragon Age, which means that there is nobody left that kind of understands Dragon Age and what it's really about and why the world was created the way that it was. So then they changed the name after that. And I went, oh boy. Like, where there's smoke, there's fire type deal, right? It's usually not a good sign. I'm not going to say, like, it's guaranteed to be bad, but it is a huge warning sign that something may be wrong. And when you take that, and then you take my initial impressions of the game, and you put them together, I don't think it's a good game. Flat out. Maybe it is. Maybe it is a good game. Maybe I'm wrong. But it is enough to scare me off. It's enough to make me go, nope, I'll spend my time playing something else. Like Stalker 2. Like Baldur's Gate 3. Like, wow. I don't care. I can always go spend my time doing something else. I do not have to buy that game. And that's kind of why I say that, right? Changing the mechanics to a watered-down God of War is the actual crime. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like I can literally walk you through the timeline of my perceptions of the game and go, this is why I don't like it. All of the, like, quote-unquote DEI stuff came after the fact, And none of it actually mattered to my interpretation of why this game is bad. Because quite literally, everything else already was showing warning signs to me. So it's like, that stuff didn't help, but it didn't matter. It already had a failing grade in my mind. And failing grade just means, like, I'm not saying the game is a failure. I'm saying the game did not interest me enough to buy it. Like, at that point, I was turned off enough that I said, nope, I'm not getting this game. And I told you guys, even then, I said, if I was given a key for the game, I would still play it. And I would give my honest opinions on it and try to do it with, like, as clear and unbiased of a mind as I could. I would still have preconceived notions about the game, but I would at least try to give it a good, proper chance. But that's only if I was given a key. And otherwise, I was not going to go out and purchase the game. It's the most mid 73 hours I've ever played of a game. Yeah, I can see that, right? I feel like that's how a lot of people felt about, like, Outlaws. Like I said, I enjoyed Outlaws as a Star Wars fan, but I feel like if you were not, like, a big Star Wars fan and you played Outlaws, that game was probably pretty mid to you. You just went like, oh, this is stupid, right? Like this is kind of a waste of my money. So I do understand that that's why a lot of people feel that way. Like, I think it's people get harsh on things. And look, I'm going to say this too. I think this has been a major issue in the video games community. This to this. I think ever since we went to $70, people have been way harsher on games. Way harsher. It's not that, like, oh, we weren't already judgmental about a game. It's that now the problem is everybody was price conscious. So when your game was not perfect and it was valued at $70, people began to just drag your game because they said, like, this is ridiculous. Like, why am I paying this much now for a game that is in this crap of a state? That's this broken, that doesn't do the things that I like. Or, like in Blizzard's case, proceeds to still monetize the game even further with cash shops, passes, and other things on top of the $70 price tag. So it's like, yeah, I think that's where a lot of the animosity comes from. People just immediately, like, an issue that would have been like, well, yeah, that kind of sucks, but it is whatever it is, turned into, this really sucks because I had to pay $10 more for this shit. I think the public perception on that changed. The tech people are more common to leave rather than other creatives. Yeah. What's wrong is they fucking ran rather than tried to stay on board. Or are you talking about the BioWare owners, like the presidents that basically, when they sold to EA, left? Yeah, I like basically a lot of, like, BioWare's issues can be traced back to that point. And I'm not sure, like, I'm going to say this. The leadership for BioWare during the sale is partially to blame for the state that BioWare is in. However, they do not have sole blame because EA has to accept the lion's share, if you ask me. EA basically paid off the owners and let them run and did not ask them to stay on board and help the project. And then at that point tried to, like, force their engine and their, like, culture within their workplace on the studio. And it really freaking hurt it. It really hurt it. So I think when you look at that, all of these new things that they're getting forced to do, all of the growing pains that it's having becoming part of this major publisher, combined with a lack of leadership, is what really has killed the studio over the years. Like, if you at least had good leadership there would at least be, like, some hey, we can kind of, it's rough waters, but we can guide us through. But when you don't have the leadership, it's not going to work. Tesla, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my man. And Shadow Cell, Storm of Bacon, Kirby Knight, Elucil, and Noct. Make sure you guys thank Tesla. How are you doing today, bud? Weird that I actually feel sorry for Mike Hudson in retrospect. Yeah. Destiny 2 and its subsequent DLCs too expensive. There's still monetization in the game, and everything about it went downhill from where Destiny 1 left off. It's really weird because I do think some games get into kind of like microtransaction hell / death spiral, where like they don't have enough people playing the game and they need to keep making money in order to sustain development, but they're having to cut development and slowly whittle it down because they're not making enough money. So it's like basically, because they're not making enough money, developers have to be cut, and because developers have to be cut, they're not making enough money. So it's a cycle, and until somebody decides to push the game further, it causes problems. I hate to say this, chat, but there is a little bit of that with FGO. Like, we're not totally like spiraling the drain, but there is a cyclical nature going on in FGO where we're not getting enough reinvestment in the game from Aniplex and Sony. As a result, we don't seem to be having enough developers because we can't seem to entice developers to come work. And because we can't entice developers to come work, we're not getting enough like robustness in the updates anymore. We're getting long periods of time between the story. We're basically not getting all the bells and whistles and features as fast and as good as we should be for a game that's making seemingly millions. So that's kind of the issue that's happening. It's not that it's dying, it's that quite literally somebody's got to figure out that it will die if they don't reinvest in it. And so I hope that they kind of get Sony and Aniplex to do that. Like, we at least know that they've had like the Sony president and stuff in there. So hopefully that's a thing going forward now. So the Explodies, can we have meme categories? Yeah. Yeah, I got no problem with having meme categories. As long as it's like an actual category, right? Like something that we can like actually have a vote on. We also have indie games that are rather cheap that are rather good. Yeah, I do think things like Steam have been amazing for the video game community because it's allowed independent developers to buck the traditional publisher bottleneck where like you can't get your game published unless the publisher agrees to publish your game. And if the publisher doesn't agree, you're just blackballed and you can't ever like get your game made. Now, oh, well, screw you, publisher. I can do it all through Steam myself. I don't need you. So I do think that sort of thing is really nice. Same thing has kind of happened with like books and things like Amazon and the internet have really allowed like writers and novelists to flourish as well. Because no longer can the publishing company tell the writer to fly a kite. Like, you can tell the writer to fly a kite, but if you do, that writer is going to go make money on their own. So that's always a risk that you have to assume as a publisher if you turn someone away. EA is known as studio killer. Buy, milk, discard. It's really funny because I think there's actually a worse group than EA right now. Can anyone think of who that is? I'm just curious because there's one name at the top of my list in recent memory. Ubisoft? No. Microsoft? No. I mean, Microsoft is getting there, but no. Blizzard? Blizzard's technically Microsoft. Tencent? No. Sony? Sony is also kind of bad, but no. I'll give you guys a hint. They pumped and dumped. Nintendo, EA. Well, EA was the one that I said, other than EA. Embracer, yes. Freaking Embracer Group. Oh my god, they are awful. They have been so awful. They gobbled up so many studios and they closed so many of them down. It's ridiculous. And I think the ones that they didn't close down, they sold like half of them off. Who? Yeah. If you don't know who Embracer Group is, trust me, go Google it. You'll see. It's been really bad with them. Chat, what did I miss in the past 20 minutes? I had to deal with a small power outage. You missed everything. I want you to understand that those 20 minutes can never be regained, and you will be unenlightened for the rest of your days because you have missed them. You missed nothing. I'm fucked. Yes. The greatest 20 minutes in history. Yeah. Certainly the embrace of death mastered. Oh, yeah, quite literally. Unless you watch the VOD. Yes, unless you watch the VOD. And subscribe to my OnlyFans that I don't have. Cad using FOMO. Exactly. Yeah, never heard of these bozos until now. Oh yeah, like it's been a thing in a lot of the gaming news because they gobbled up a lot of studios, and oh man, like every studio underneath them has had a bad time. Every stinking one. It's been rough. So it's like, I really, really, really. It's like we were talking about before. I think this over focus on investors is becoming a huge problem. They need to start looking at the long-term approach and not how they can like get rich quick and milk you. I think that's their big issue at this point. So many of these game companies just keep doing this. And that's like, again, like going back to the subject of like, hey, like I showed you guys that video because I wanted you guys to watch it so that you would understand like this is kind of what's going on with games journalism. I kind of would like to do more of these like commentary videos in the future where like we are kind of talking about broader gaming subject as a whole, and something where like we can have an ongoing discussion about this stuff, because I do think there's multiple sides to everything. Like, how we as a gamer view things is our side of the equation, but there is the other side. There is the developer side, there is the games journalist side, there is the publisher side. So there's all sorts of like reasonings for why things happen that, again, like, like you guys said, none of you had really heard of Embracer Group, and yet that's been like all in the news. You probably saw it and scrolled right by it because you had no idea of who they were, but that has been a thing over the past like 6 months especially. So again, it's something where it's like the more aware you guys are of it, and I'm not trying to just be like, oh, you have to be an activist. No, just like the more you're aware of it, the more you're going to realize, yeah, like, hey, this is why these things are happening. And you'll be a little bit more educated and more informed. Silly Cad, I'm too in debt to FGO, Magic the Gathering, and 40K for FOMO to work on me. So what you're saying is you have a lot of disposable income. I read about Embracer more than enough, yeah. They'll probably make themselves irrelevant in no time with that kind of way of doing things. Yep. You don't make money with the one-time success. You make money with a great series of games that's favorable. That's a favor to an audience. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like discussion over like, so this is why you see like, obviously in Hollywood this is a thing, but this is why you see in like video gaming so many like games getting remade and remastered, is because it is very difficult to sell people on a new IP. That's why you're going to see a Dragon Age 4 get made over a new fantasy like RPG genre, right? Like, why would we bother to take a risk on something new that very well might flop when we can just remake the existing thing or do a new iteration of the existing thing. So that's why when you saw like that Immortals of Venum or whatever, like it didn't sell well, it flopped. And that makes like gamers, we can look at that and we can say, well, obviously it flopped, look at it. But it makes the investor, the board of directors go like, we got burnt there. We better not do that. That's risky. Let's not come out with a new game. Let's not take our chances on new IPs. That's kind of how they'll sit there and they'll think about it, which is wild. Because it's like, to me, that's more risky than like taking no risk is more risky than taking some risk. Brand recognition has far too much value to these business bigwigs. Yeah, a classic example of this, chat. Assassin's Creed. Right? So, like, let's take a look at this. So, you had Black Flag for Assassin's Creed. Really popular game. Everybody loved it. People were saying for years, bro, you should totally spin this off. It's a cool concept. Give us the ship combat. This is a great game. And then Ubisoft finally does that. They spend years developing it. They spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars developing this. And it fucking flops hard. And Ubisoft goes, it's because we didn't put the Assassin's Creed tag on it. That's why. That's the problem. It's just, we tried to make a new IP. And the reality is, no, it flopped because it was terrible and it didn't live up to its promise. Everybody looked at it and said, well, this is close to what we wanted, but you didn't include like actual characters that can run around on the ships. That's the issue. It's just, you are the ship. And it's like, nobody wanted that. Anyone that you had like if you had done any sort of like market research or testing, people would have told you, hey, don't do that. That's a bad idea. This is not what people want. All they had to do was sit down one gamer from outside the studio and they would have laughed at them. And they didn't do it. Or they did it and then the developers brought up their concerns and they got overruled by upper management due to deadlines and various other things. Like, no, you don't have the time to do that. You can't implement that. That's too costly. Get this out now. The investors are screaming. And that's how things end up the way it does. Yeah, it's the gamers who are wrong. Exactly. Yeah, you go back to the video from yesterday, chat. It's you that's the problem. It's me that's the problem. It's not the games journalist. Everybody else is insane. It's like, yes, the consumer is never the problem. Like maybe in an individual instance, but like as a whole, your consumers are not your issue. Your product is. It's always your product. It's always your service. That's the problem. Insert Principal Skinner. No, it's the children are wrong meme. Exactly. It's the world that's wrong. Could this be me? No. A little bit, that's like, these people don't have any sort of like self-reflection or like self-awareness that they can't realize that it's due to their own shitty decision making. Like I would love to like hear the earnings call for Skull and Bones, like where they talked about how it was underperforming and why. Because I would love to hear the board's insight as to why it failed. And I guarantee you it will not at all mention that it failed to live up to consumer expectations. I guarantee you it will not. They'll be like, so actually our data has suggested that pirate games are less popular right now. And you'll be sitting there and you'll be like, huh? As like literally like, oh yeah, they'll say that, and then like 2 other pirate games popped off because people were expecting Skull and Bones to be good, and then it wasn't, and then people needed to scratch that itch. They needed to fill that niche. So it's like they wanted it, but because it was such a crap product, they didn't actually like do it. It's almost as bad as the types who go, no, this IP is too kiddie and beneath me. Oh, so like me with how I view Pokemon? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I do think that's a thing. I think a lot of people just don't have an open mind, right? And it's kind of like, to be fair, that's a thing with like video games as a whole. Like normies look at video games and are like, this is child shit. Like, why do you still play video games? Same thing with anime. Like, why are you still watching cartoons? And you're like, because it's better than anything on Western television right now. It's like, there you go. That's my reason. And they go like, what do you mean? I'm watching my 32nd season of Law and Order. Or like, oh man, I'm watching like NCIS. Or like, oh man, I'm watching like, I don't know, some like Hispanic like soap opera. And you're like, that's cool. That's perfectly fine that you watch those things. And it's also perfectly fine that I watch anime. Better than Velma, yes. Okay, we finally hit the cap. Let's go. Let's see how far I can get MHX here. It's probably not going to be that far. I'm going to have to work on MHX over this week. Regular TV shows are boring. No interesting characters can get invested in. Plot is pretty bare. I like there's certain regular TV shows I really like. I like, Game of Thrones, obviously. I like the spin-off House of the Dragon so far. Trying to think of it like another live action one, because I do actually watch a lot, but like coming up with one off the top of my head is kind of difficult. There's the upcoming like Dune one apparently for HBO as well that's looking kind of nice. So we'll just have to see. One Piece, yes. I've watched TV in like 10 to 20 years now and have no interest to do so. Yeah, like Chad, I just finished like watching basically. So I actually haven't finished the last couple episodes of it, and I know everyone's gonna scream at me, but I've basically finished watching Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I was in the progress of watching The Expanse. It was pretty nice. Is there any chance to get more grails during the 3 times? I think we have 3 times for 2 weeks, don't we? So you should have monthly reset. Boardwalk Empire. I started watching Boardwalk Empire back, like, because I think it began to like come out back when I was in college. And when I was at college, I had HBO because it was part of the cable package that I had. But ever since then, I have not watched it. Why do you play sports? Why do you watch football? Why do you go to the casino? Why do you stream drama shows? Yeah, exactly. It's no different. Like, again, I've seen people like get upset that like I play video games, and I'm like, yeah, what do? You literally sit there and you scroll on like Facebook and TikTok all day. It's like, holy shit, I use my brain more than you do. And I'm not saying that people that sit there and do those things are dumb, just that it's like, yeah, you're also doing a relatively like harmful and vegetative thing. Like, don't give me that. I don't care. We still have Vox Machina to watch? Yeah, I do need to watch that. Don't expect the Dune show to be very good. Early press is disappointed. Yo, it's gonna be that good? Holy shit. Let's go. I can't wait for that show now. Like the second you tell me that the press is disappointed, I'm hype. I am hype. Because again, these freaking press and critics are never right on any of this shit. I guess to a degree, it depends on why they're upset. If they're upset because it's not staying 100% true to the Dune novels, I don't think it's supposed to because it's kind of a prequel. And if they're upset because it's not like got enough like activism or like political statements in it, then I don't give a fuck. And if they're upset because the quality is not there, that's a legitimate concern. Right? Like, so it depends on the reason why. As a non-sports guy, I don't give a shit about that stuff. It's not my hobby, so it's whatever. Sports is awesome. I highly recommend that everybody like at least give sports a chance. Just if you're turned off by the concept of sports, the way to think about it is just don't give a shit about all the like tribalism that people have for it. Like you'll see people that are like, "Oh my god, I am such a devout fan of like this thing." Like to them, it may as well be like their religion, right? Like that's why I think a lot of people get turned off about sports nowadays. Whereas I, an intellectual, view sports mostly as like social glue. It's like quite literally just something where it's like, "Hey, did you see the game last night?" "No, but I saw the highlights. How was it?" Like that's literally all you have to like freaking say to someone, and they will talk to you forever about it. And you're good. Can cheer for the Florida Panthers? See, I can't tell you I've ever watched a Florida Panthers game. But like totally, man, yeah. I do have teams that again are like my favorites, but like I don't know. Like I understand why people are relatively turned off by it. But I also think to an extent it is something to do every now and then. Like sometimes I'll just be playing video games and I'll have my like I got a shitty like tiny TV over here. And I'll have that on like some sporting event or something that's happening. I might not even be paying attention to it, but I might glance over to it. I might be like, "Oh wow, that's a thing." Right? Like I like basketball, but not much, really. But I've fallen off. Yeah, like I think when people get like so obsessed with sports that they become extremely tribalistic and they become extremely toxic to one another, that's the issue. Like, and that's why it's like I don't blame anyone for not wanting to get involved in that. But there's nothing wrong with like viewing it as a social thing and being like, "Hey man, you want to come watch the game?" "Yeah, sure, whatever. Like I got no dog in this fight, whatever. I'm gonna get like some free food, some appetizers and some shit. I might get to drink a beer. I might get to grill out. Like I don't give a fuck. It just sounds fun." That's how I view it. I don't view it as like this like dogmatic thing of like I have to watch the game, I have to hang on every word, and if my team loses, oh god, it's the end of the world. Like because unfortunately my favorite team is a college team. It's my college that I went to school at, and they have historically been very good, but recently have been gutter trash. So like, and when I say recently, I mean like the past decade, they've been gutter trash. So it's just like, it's made me not care nearly as much. But also in not caring nearly as much, I am more chill and relaxed about it. I don't have to go to the games. I don't have to watch the games. But if I do, I can still enjoy it, at least to an extent. Episode 1 came out 3 days ago. Oh, what? The Dune thing? Interesting. I didn't know that. I'll have to go watch it on HBO. Completely legitimately. Wink, wink. Just give me a good tennis match, yeah. Why get together and watch a sports ball game when you can get together to play D&D? Because you can't get together to play in D&D because one of your friends can't do it that day, and also because the DM isn't ready. I wasn't ready Sunday. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. But like that is the reality, right? Like you can't do D&D every day. It's like you can fill your life with these things, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's good to have diverse groups of hobbies. Always will be. Like chat. I am a weeb. I am a nerd. I'm also a jock. I also like to go like hiking. I like to be active at times. I haven't done much of that lately, but like I'd love to do it again. That's the secret to success in life. Be well-rounded. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Enjoy a lot of things. Keep an open mind. You'll be happier for it. Cad likes trudging through the swamps? No, I don't. Class 5 whitewater rafting rocks? I think I did Class 5 rapids. Like, not like the crazy versions, but like I did a tour. Maybe it was Class 4. I don't fucking remember. But I've done whitewater rafting up in Alaska, and I've done it out in Alberta in Canada, in the Canadian Rockies. And I feel like I've done it one other place, and I'm trying to remember. Had to go urban exploring? No, that's dangerous. I'll get killed. I still need to do the Colorado River. Yeah, Colorado River feels like that'd be fun, but also potentially dangerous. Especially if you like, because can't you? I think you can whitewater raft through like the Grand Canyon. I enjoy 5 and 10K runs. You can keep that hobby. I will never touch that hobby. I don't know. Long distance running I've never been able to do that due to my conditions. So hiking, sure. Long distance running, no. Chat, if you never need to escape from a bear, don't try to outrun the bear. Just try to outrun the other person. Or trip them. You can go through the Grand Canyon? Yeah. What am I doing? I need to switch this. There we go. Okay. I just have to watch to make sure that I don't get to the point that I don't get to the point that I need actually, should I be doing this? I probably shouldn't be. I should probably get MHX done with all of the assassin embers that I can. And that would actually be the best circumstances. Okay, let me kill that. Chat, I think we'll be done with the grind for tonight, but I'm going to keep grinding on the side. For anyone about to leave the stream, because I'm going to be playing some Stalker here, don't forget that tomorrow we have the 20th anniversary stream. It's at 11 a.m. PST, so like my time, that would be like 2 p.m. So that's... If you're unfamiliar with our time zones here in the States, that's like 5 hours prior to when I start stream. Is Trubs covering it? I don't know. If Trubs covers it, I'll probably defer to Trubs. If he's not, or I'm around, I may do a collab with him or something, or I may cover it myself. So, would you consider doing an FP rolling stream so we can all simulate our brains while using our FP? How does that stimulate your brain? I feel like that makes you dumber for watching the FP rolls. Like, it certainly makes me dumber for doing. Okay, hold on. Let me turn the volume back up. I literally did not want to close the game because of the shader cache issue. There we go. Let me kill song request here and we'll switch scenes. Yeah, sorry. To me, if I sit there doing an FP rolling stream, I quite literally have nothing to entertain you with at that point. Like, I may as well just be doing a just chatting stream. Like, there's nothing going on. The same stuff over and over again. Oh, right. I'm in the death loop. So for those of you guys that haven't seen, this is Stalker. Stalker's performing a lot better. It's probably about to get a spawn here. Something is normally supposed... I've died like 4 times in a row due to something spawning here, chats. That's why I'm so freaked out. Is that the Kirov? Kirov reporting. Is that like a bomb or something? Can I like go under this? Okay. Oh, it's an actual good shotgun. Holy shit. Okay. No! Man, I saw that grenade drop and I feared for my fucking life. I literally saw the pin pull and the grenade fall on the ground and I was like, I'm getting the heck out of here. Oh man. I'm not even sure what the oil lamps are for. Like, maybe they're just for light, but like... Hey, buddy.
Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?
Easy there. I'm a friend. See? My gun is down.
Or maybe you're a warden bitch sniffing around here.
Damn.
Those assholes think they're too good for Stalker gear. If you're a friend, care to help a fellow Stalker escape?
Why can't you escape?
You escape on your own?
The pigs from the ward have everything locked down. But I've got my own way. The Stalker way.
Was it you who attacked them near the old bridge at night? Why?
At night? No, I found the bastards at dawn. One was almost dead, so I finished him off. Should have seen those assholes pushing us around a couple years back. So many good stalkers had to die because those bastards wanted to show everyone who's the boss in the zone. Blind dogs got more humanity than any warden. So an eye
There
for
we
a
go.
fucking eye.
Got any ideas how to escape the lesser zone?
Just one, but I need an artifact. There's one in the cave nearby.
What kind of artifact? How could it help you?
What do you care? It's an artifact like any other. I just happen to know how to use it.
Suspicious, yeah, like... What kind of cave?
Just a cave. Nothing special about it.
But it has to be me that goes there, not you.
All right, there's an anomaly field there. That's it, really.
I see. That's all I need to know.
So can you help? It's a matter of life and death.
All right. I'll get you the artifact.
Ooh, I know a stalker when I see one. Got a detector?
I sure do. Why do you ask?
I've seen stranger things. All right, I'll wait for your triumphant return.
I think someone's coming up the stairs. I knew I heard something. Can they not come in here? Okay, let's save. Okay, it's raining. Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can sell to him, because I'm over encumbered. You can normally sell to, like, individuals,
What else do you want?
but apparently not
Good
him. If he had the button, it would be behind me on the screen. And he doesn't have it. You gonna stream Fate's 20th anniversary? Yeah, I'll probably try, but we'll see. I hear them, but I don't see them. Dude, the fact that they showed up right as I went to reload. I can't see them. Oh my god. Okay, that's an anomaly, so that's not the dog. Okay. Still another. Oh my god, you piece of garbage. Oh! Where are they all coming from? What the shit, dude? Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with this crap. There's an ever-increasing amount of dogs. And if I get anywhere away from this, they're gonna, like, just kind of bum rush me. Trying to lure them. How'd you get into this situation in the first place? I had to go rescue this guy. God, see, they're like over there. I think there may be one over here. I know for a fact there's like one over there. The problem is I'm kind of like surrounded. I'm trying to like bait them out. I guess if I just get away from the area, I should be fine. But they may be here when I get back. This fucking cave. Oh boy, blood. That's a great sign. No point in that. Gonna be a mutant in here, isn't there? You know, I don't like that you're not lootable. Okay. Just checking. Oh. Oh, there we go. Feels like an area that you would give a player to run from a mutant. They can kind of run around in circles, but it's still obstructed. I don't like that I can hear them. I think they're like on top of me. Eat the sausage. Moriarty banner's up. Nice. Oh, man. I don't get it. It feels like there's something here. But it may just be my anomaly warning. I'm not sure about the difference, basically. It's just the hazard beeping? Okay. Right, nothing there on him. Oh man. Gonna be dogs here, I know it. The dogs in this game are not the friendly type of dogs. They're not you guys, chat. Wait, what? Jesus! Dude, there needs to be like a quick bandage on this or something. Okay, at least there's no dog that's tracking me at the moment. That's the cave? Bro. I didn't think it was deep enough it would kill me. So I guess now I know you can die from fall damage. Because I've jumped off a couple things before and it hasn't even dealt damage to me. So. Although maybe it was just considered since I was jumping into a hazard or something like that. You might end up with a busted PDA or a busted noggin. Yeah, that's exactly what I ended up with. The busted noggin. The artifact is the one that sounds like a cowbell. Yeah, it's like, it's so difficult because I'm just used to hearing annoying beeping. And like my brain just doesn't like process it. Frickin' dogs, man. I swear the game just respawns them. I don't get it. He told me to go into this cave. Oh, then this is like a dead end. So this doesn't even help me. I have to go back around and go in the normal way. Wrong cave? I don't know. Like... Get the artifact. So the artifact is supposedly there. Debut suit, huh? So it weighs a little bit more. Has more thermal protection, more electrical protection, more chemical protection, slightly more radiation protection, and more physical protection. So this is just better. So this is where I originally went into the cave. Is this house. And I'm beginning to feel like I missed it. Somehow. Yeah, it's this area. This is where it's claiming the artifact is. I have retrieved mold. What does mold do? Facilitates the rapid growth of fungi and microbes. Storing it alongside foodstuffs, including canned goods, is not advised. Okay. Yeah. Is weak chemical protection and weak radiation protection. See, it's weird. That means that my artifact detector didn't even go off until I pulled it out. Swear to God, if there's another freaking dog.
You got the artifact? Why the hell didn't you tell me about that scary thing in the cave?
Would you have gone in there if I did?
What scary thing in the cave?
Here you go. Now hit the road.
Well, ain't you a peach, Stalker? I can't give you any money. Sorry, don't got any. No gear either. Mine's all worn out. Well, except for this warden stuff. I got no clue what it is, but maybe it'll come in handy. So long. Zone willing, we'll meet again.
Zone willing, we won't. Ward sensors? The heck? Huh? Oh, here. Designed to measure and record environmental readings, anomalous energy fluctuations in the wearer's health data. Okay, so at least it's worth like 1,000. Thank God, it's kind of daytime. Guess we'll head back to Zalicia. Okay, never mind, I lied. It's totally not daytime. It's only daytime when you're first exiting that place. God damn it, that's a dog. Okay. Hey, there's a song? Or a campfire here? Goss. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to be able to do at a campfire. Spend your souls, yeah. Why am I getting rads? Oh man, that was close. So I like throwing bolts at people, chat. Okay, we made it back to town. He says as the game begins to lag out. Oh, okay. Just needed to load. You know, it might help if I closed OBS in the background, because OBS does eat a lot of system resources. There we go. What up, my dude?
Need anything fixed? Come on, speak up.
Yes. What can you fix?
About Mastiff's group. What do you need me to do again?
It's all on your PDA, man. My guys were heading into the tunnel. Check the place. Find out how they're doing and... tell me what you need, and I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Yeah, so we can upgrade this stuff. Looks like I could upgrade the leather suit as well, but... it's probably not worth... Dude, that friggin' repair cost. I barely use this sucker. This, I guess, like, the more you upgrade a gun, the more it costs to repair. And this is a, like, scoped AK that I found. That, like, it's the only weapon I have that has a scope. So I was like, oh, sweet, right? But because it's modified and somewhat upgraded, it's really freaking expensive to repair, it seems like. You know what? Just for that, you get bolted, you get screwed. You too. You get screwed.
Need some help, Stalker? They say the gaffer used to know Strelok himself. The Strelok, who went up to the center of the zone and stirred up so much shit, we're still talking about it. But the gaffer won't say a word, damn it. Then again, if I knew a dude like him, I guess I'd keep quiet too, just to stay on the safe side.
Huh.
Well,
So this is one of the
show me what
merchants
you've
in the
got.
game. And merchants, the last guy I was talking to was basically a like upgrade guide. This is an actual merchant. You can see he has infinite money, basically. Okay, let's sell that. Sell my jacket, which is apparently worth quite a bit of money. Sell the bandits PDA, sell the other pistols. Huh, I guess I can't sell this? Really weird. Same thing with the ward sensors? That's so weird. Like, is it like... Is a quest item or something, I'm wondering. Yeah. What does he have? He has an optician gas mask. It looks like we can get some actual, like, mask-like stuff, so not just... Yeah, okay, so... How much does this cost? What the... Why is that so expensive? Holy shit, dude. Like, I could go get some leather and wrap it around my face and it'd have half the same effectiveness. You know what? Just for that. Screw you. And you. And you. Yeah, I feel like I need to just be doing like weapon repairs and upgrades as much as possible.
Come on, speak up.
But I don't know. Like, I don't know if like it's better to like save some of this stuff. I definitely want to keep that repaired because apparently it gets more expensive to repair your like weapons. The like the more they get damaged. Requires 10 coating on the barrel's inner surface. Bullet velocity? Is that really that big of a deal? Oh, okay, range is why. I don't care.
So long. See you around.
I don't care. We'll hold on to the money for now. Oh god, the flashbang. The shit was that? Okay, so it looks like we go to Mastiff's group. Down here to the south. Get some grub on while the sun is shining. Gotta eat my sausage, chat. You guys just keep a sausage in your backpacks, you know, in case you get the munchies. Whoa. So you have to throw screws at anomalies because it triggers them. Okay, we're headed the right direction. Go to the magnetic cave because it's magnetized. Oh, this is the cave that I came out of originally. This is like part of the tutorial section. Man. Dude. Ah. Damn. Them cheeks. Fat sausage holstered at all times. Nice. Yeah, so that was like, I don't know what they like what the official name for any of this shit is, but I'm gonna call that guy a cloaker. And I fucking hate him. Oh god. Getting kinda thundery. Damn. Huh. It's a handgun when it comes to dealing with mutants. But the rate of fire is really high. What? The magazine's only 2. Okay, this is basically a shotgun. They're calling it a hunting rifle, but for all intents and purposes. Oh, that's what happened. The stupid skeever thing ran into it. All right, that's fine. Okay. Put the fuse in there. I don't know what that actually did. Bro just seems like he had a rough time. Motherfucker. I heard something come up behind me and I tried to get out of the menu as fast as I could. That shit like fucking scared me. Oh, sweet. Auto-equipped. Well, now I'm glad I didn't try to, like, buy that mask. Not that I could afford it, but... Oh, that's so much. Dude, it's like more horror-oriented Fallout, it feels like. Like, I legit get jump scared by this game some, because they do a really good job with, like, the ambiance. Okay, so now we've kind of handled the rest of this. Everything in here at this point is a dead end, other than this direction. I really want to get this rifle out of here. I know I'm carrying a little bit too much, but I don't care. I wish there was, like, storage. So I could, like, store some of this ammo. Dude. God damn it. I will fucking cut you. Okay, that's a big ass fucking anomaly. Sounds to me like there's something walking around up there. Making sure that it doesn't, like, get up. Place to sleep and access your stash. Wait, you can sleep in this game? I actually didn't know that. Because I haven't seen that I have a need to do so yet. Oh. I think I see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to drop back down there. Yep. Back we go. Jesus, that was close. Whatever that was. Oh no, like sleep may be a thing in this game. I just haven't looked into it.
Hey man, you can get used to anything with enough time. Anomalies, artifacts, monsters, bandits. You end up feeling like the mainland doesn't even exist. Nothing but an endless zone out there. Well, here we are. Do you need anything?
Guy has like nothing of value.
See you.
He's taking light in my load some. Not by much though. Sunflowers and radioactiveness.
Hey, you! Back off! That's my loot. I was here first.
I was just saving my game. Whose loot is it now, bitch? Listen, chat, that was his fault anyways. I didn't do nothing wrong. I don't even know what he was screaming about loot-wise. Like, I don't even think there's anything in here. Oh, wait, maybe. Why am I not playing Floridian Sniper? Because the scoped AK that I have is not a proper sniper, and it's extremely expensive to use. So, like, I can use it, but I prefer not to unless I have to right now. Until, like, I get some more money. I just don't know why that guy was like, hey, don't do that. And I was like, I'm gonna do it. And then he shot at me and I was like, well, you missed and you didn't kill me, so it's your turn now. Oh my god. Piece of shit game. God, dude, these dogs are like actually the most annoying thing so far. I know, like, I've heard there's like really like crazy and like powerful mutants and stuff, but like the fact that the dogs just seemingly spawn and come get me wherever the fuck I am is just wild. Doesn't look like there's anything in there. Maybe we can like get on the roof somehow. There's at least a hole in the roof. Be back here. Yep. There we go. See if we can sneak up on him. He's probably still alive.
May your light shine down on the souls of the brave soldiers who gave their lives in service to your will. Reveal the cunning plans of your enemies to us. Give us the power to avenge our fallen brethren. Those who are in eternal union with the monolith can never be stopped.
Yatik! Yatik!
I heard you coming. You may approach.
The fuck?
Are you looking for your friend, Loner?
What did you do to Mastiff?
He was wounded. Badly. He didn't stand a chance without my help. I took him here and treated his wounds. Don't worry. Your friend will live. I knew this would happen.
Look for the entrance. We gotta smoke the bastard out.
Whoa. He's like a
leave, Stalker. I do not want to harm anyone, but these people are out for my blood.
How can I help you?
You could try talking them out of it. I rescued your friend. This is the truth. But is the truth really what they want?
Shit! There's some kind of a hole here. Looks like we found the entrance.
You can't hide from us. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? There's monolithing in the building. He killed Mastiff's man and brought him here, and now he's hiding like a rat. We gotta put the fucker down. You can either get out of here or get in line. We're about to light this place up.
I came here to find Mastiff.
Saturday asked you to come, huh? Good. He called me too. Told me everything. He says that Monolith's prick's about to turn my Steve into a zombie.
That doesn't make
Well,
sense.
that ain't gonna happen.
Saturday is wrong. The Monolithian didn't kill anyone. He rescued Mastif.
What are you talking about, man? He's probably turning Mastif into a zombie right now. Are you just stalling for time?
I don't know what a monolithian
You
is.
must be in cahoots with a Monolithian. Die, scumbag!
Oh shit.
What the?
If I had gotten headshots, I might have killed him, but... Okay, so now I know they can't be reasoned with, so wherever this puts me back on the reload, it doesn't matter, I can just fucking kill him. And have no qualms about doing so. Cult-like faction in previous games? Dude, sometimes when you first load, the game does, like, not load well.
Looks like we found the entrance.
You can't hide from that.
They didn't find the back entrance. Those fucking idiots. Okay, so we got one. Dude, why'd you open the...
something.
Why'd you open the front door, you fucking idiot? Stop opening the front door, you fucking idiot.
Now what was that?
Jesus. He just missed me. Holy fucking shit. He just missed me with that shotty. Okay. That's a full circuit, so they should all be dead. AR-16. Damn. You don't have a weapon? killed these guys so fast they didn't have a weapon spawn. Hot damn. You heard the YouTube channel that had a firearms expert react to video game weapons is getting shut down? Oh, really?
Little time to get him back on his feet. A day of rest and proper
Why is
care
that?
should suffice.
Just because, like, YouTube demonetized a bunch of the firearm channels?
I'm sorry it has come to this, but there was no other option. Here, take this. I hope it can help you in some way, much like you have helped me. I will not be staying here for long. If you have any questions, ask them now.
What's the monolith?
You keep mentioning the monolith. What is it?
To Stalkers, the monolith was the granter of wishes. To me and my brothers, it was God. But I hear its voice no longer.
Huh.
Where are you going now?
I'm going to my brothers on Wild Island. There is no place left for us anywhere else in the zone.
Are you really a monolithian?
The loners say a lot of things about you. Who are you, really?
I am the 9th. I used to be a monolith soldier, but I've forgotten nearly everything. All that is left of my past is blurry visions, and the hatred of those who remember.
It's time we went our separate ways.
You're an unusual man. I will remember you.
Rubber layer blueprint received. Okay. Sweet. So I guess that's going to be, like, good for my stuff. Alright. So, with that, what is this? That is a question mark. Question marks terrify me. Let's go check it out. Damn, I need some more slugs. I'm also so over encumbered that I cannot run very long. So I'm basically having to, like, walk everywhere. Probably should have seen if I could sold something to him. I'm gonna try to keep 2 bars of energy. In case I do encounter something. Sounds like there's an animal. It's like a feeding pen? There's at least something up there. But how do you get up? damn. Dude. You test it out 2 times. It works 2 times. You do it the 3rd time. It doesn't work. Like, that's clearly what I'm supposed to do. Clearly. And it's not, actually, like, grabbing. God, this plant, like, stops me from moving. Huh? Dude, what? There. Oh, maybe I'm facing the wrong direction. Bro. What is this shit? You better climb up here, buddy. I'm not coming out. I have the high ground. And I'm fat. It was under a gaming mag and they shut it down because of the cost. I mean, at that point, why doesn't he just do it on his own? Like, who cares if they shut it down? Yeah? Mr. Infinity Ammo? Dude, what was that? Bro was like firing off in the wrong direction. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna let them kill that. They're going hog wild, chat. Oh! Huh? Come on, you killed all the pigs. Now come up here.
I'm hit! I need help!
There is still a pig down there. I hear it. Yeah. Dude. The platforming in this is kind of like, oof. I also feel like it's just night way too often in this game. Like, I feel like I'm constantly dealing with low visibility because nights are the same lengths as day, and days have storms, and thus you just can't fucking see half the time. Well, more than half the time. But... See? Like, oh, hey, it's becoming light out. What if it started to storm? Why is that not grabbable? Like, what is this shit? And then I hurdle over it. Bro. I feel like I'm wasting like so much time on this. I don't get it. Like, I don't get how I'm supposed to be able to, like, get that. Because I can't seem to, like, you can't mantle on anything. You cannot grab a thing. My character goes every time he jumps, and it doesn't actually, like, do anything. Just him making zoomy noises. Yep. Maybe I need, like, my hands clear? Maybe that's the issue? I wouldn't think that would be it, but, like... because most games don't enforce something like that. Dude. Maybe from the outside? I don't think that's it. Because that would imply that there's a way to get up to the roof. I mean, maybe if I go stand on that railing, but like... oh my god, dude! Like, every once in a blue moon, the game's like, yo, you totally remembered how to jump, and your character just goes, like, flying. Ugh. Okay, let's try this. It can't hurt. Well, that's not true. It can hurt. It can hurt a lot. Oh. Okay, that was an idea. that actually did work. Thank you. I would have probably just given up on it rather than deal with that. Oh, nice. It's a full-fledged one. This should have better range than my existing shoddy. Means here, piggy, piggy. Trying to get headshots so I don't waste ammo. Or I guess butt shots. Dude, how many of these things are there? What the shit? Okay, so I think he's dead. Dude, that means those three guys, like, didn't kill any of these things. Jesus, dude. I can't even tell. I think that hit because it gave me the. Well, no, it might not have. Wait. Huh? Oh, okay. God damn it, dude. It's like if I stay still, they get stuck in a pattern, but the second I move, they just like readjust. Now, he died in the exact same place as the other one. And there is still another enemy because I am still red. Holy fucking shitballs. Oh, God. Yep, there's still another pig. Okay, that definitely hit it. There's even more. I just hope they're friendly. Actually, it sounds like there's two groups. Oh. They were not friendly. Okay, he's good. Dude, oh my God, that thing has been waiting.
I got hit.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not looking for trouble. Stay away, loner.
They instantly ran you? Yeah, it really felt like they just wanted to kill me. So fucking hard.
What a day, huh? So, what a day, huh? No. So, where was I? So, where was I? What a day. So, where was I?
Oh. I am now overloaded. So I think what happened is I think the one dude of theirs that I did aggro and accidentally shoot at, I think he got killed by the pigs. And I think because he got killed by the pigs, I don't have to care.
Talk to our boss. Hey, man. Zone life might seem rough at first, but once you get used to it, you'll never want to leave.
I don't know about never want to leave.
Do you need anything?
Hey, what can I sell you? Dude, these guys like never buy guns. I low-key hate it because if they would just buy guns, I could offload guns. And then I wouldn't be at like my max carry weight. Because like each of these guns is sellable. So I'm gonna have to like slowly trudge my ass back to a town.
So where was I? Zero loot and an empty stomach. Okay, I got one too.
They can have it. I'm not dealing with that shit. I guess I'll backpedal here so that I can restore some energy. They don't want to be loaded down a ton like me. Yeah, I get. I hope there's a way to like expand my carry weight though. Cause like this is fucking awful. I basically like from one quest am already just over encumbered. And I did like 2 or 3 quests. So that tells you how much I'm currently carrying. Ah, hold on, chat. Ow. There it is in the distance, the blimp of freedom. Looks like the weather's picking up. I just hope I don't buy something. In fact, I may want to travel on the road for that reason. Like I might run into people, but better people than fucking mutants. Upgrading gear to be lighter, upgrading armor for capacity, etc. Okay. Yeah, I probably gotta talk to people about like what's good to upgrade and what's not, because that's kind of the problem. Like I can figure out like which upgrades are good. I don't know which pieces of gear are worth upgrading, because I've already been told like, hey, don't upgrade your starter set. So it's like, okay. Like apparently I was told that like the pistol is like one of the best things to upgrade because you always have it no matter what. Like you cannot get rid of it. It's finally fucking daytime. Jesus Christ. And I feel like you go into town, you talk to a dude, and you leave town, and it's night. And you're like, huh? Where did the day go? Like, some games I think need better adjustment on that front. There's a drug you can take? Okay, so it's kind of like in Fallout. Dooty 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 doo. Slowly but surely, we're getting closer to the blimp chat. How do I hear radioactive noises? I'm waiting for, like, my over-encumbered ass to get, like, run over by a vehicle coming down the road. I assume there are not operating vehicles in this area, but, like, I'm waiting on it. What is that? Is that a statue? I think it is. Dire thicket? Nope. Not going in there. At least not right now. Your place is named Dire Thicket, and I'm over encumbered with sellable loot. I'm not dealing with that shit. Oh, there's an anomaly on the road. Those assholes. I think this is where I encountered the invisible dude. I assume they don't respawn. I hope they don't respawn. Like, I could throw a thing into it and, like, reset it, but that is not a smart idea. Because I cannot run very fast. That's another anomaly. That's another one. I do like at least the blimp lets me see it. So I like know where I need to go. That is another anomaly. But it's also the closer I get to town, the less I assume I'm likely to, like, die to some fucking ambush or something. I'm gonna save here, actually. Basically, any of these ripple-like effects, these distortions, are anomalies. And that wind swirling. Also an anomaly. Game really trying to kill me just with anomalies. Well, I don't like that that automatically pulled out a weapon. And now I just gotta get to a vendor. Oh my god, dude. My stamina is so shit.
Need some help, Stalker? Well?
See, like right now, the vast majority of the money that I'm getting is from selling guns. Which is the other reason why I'm doing this. Oh, finally. Bro now sells a debut suit. This is actually worse than my mask. Expanding the zone perimeter for the good of mankind. Yeah, sure. Wait, what? Dude. Okay, I was like, I just want to sell one of these, not both. Basically, I kind of want, like, 3 to 4 weapons. So I just need to decide like which one of these is actually worth. It's got a much better rate of fire. Well, they're the same range, but the Viper is more accurate. And they're both pretty shit on damage. By 9. Okay, the AK is the same caliber, so I'm gonna sell the AK as my scoped AK. Makes sense.
Thanks. See ya.
Dude, I am still over encumbered, so something tells me like I've got like too much like ammo or resources at this point. So chat, you guys are saying there's a stash. I have a guitar. I'm also curious if like food goes bad, really. I'll take like half. Because I think this is just like really beginning to erode my weight, basically. Full metal jacket, baby. Ammo's the thing I don't want to get rid of. Larger in chests are your stashes and should show up on the map when found. Private box, okay. I have guitar. I play guitar. I don't play guitar. Because I don't have guitar.
I'm so over today.
Same, bro. Preach.
Need anything fixed? Come on, speak up.
I figured out what happened to Mastiff's group. Mastiff's group got wiped out by a deadly mutant. Mastiff himself was rescued by a monolithian and then taken away to recover. Dew and his men came to kill the monolithian. I had to intervene.
Listen up, Skiff. You did what I asked, and I'll send the coupons to your PDA. I don't want the rookies saying Lenz doesn't pay for his jobs. But to think you sided with a monolithian. They're monsters, Skiff. When I think about what they did in the past, it makes my skin crawl. The Gaffer's been protecting Zalicia against the monolith for years. Sure, you haven't been here that long, so you don't know about it all. But the others, they won't understand. I sure as hell don't.
Okay. Maybe you give me a little bit more coupons than that.
Fixed? Come on, speak up.
Maybe I don't understand because you didn't pay me enough. No problem, Field. Have a good one. Yeah, that's the weight down one. Let's repair everything. Jesus, dude. Like, that literally just took half my wealth right there just to repair. Rubber coating, decrease recoil, okay. Red decrease. Armor piercing power. Bullet range. So can I do like one of these two, or can I do both of these two? It looks like this one leads to these two. This one leads to nothing. Flatness? Okay, I guess that increases the range. Aiming speed, aiming accuracy, recoil decrease. Do active protection, wear resistance. That's just nice because that's like, God, it's 3,000. But I was gonna say that's just going to reduce the amount of like repairs you have to do over time. Oh, it looks like there's so many more upgrade spots, but I guess like you can't touch them. Spread decrease. That'd be kind of nice. Caliber changes though. God
Tell
damn
me
it,
what you
dude.
need, and I'll see what I can do. Tell me
Huh?
what you need, and I'll see what I can do.
I literally didn't do anything. You pulled me out of that yourself. Laser designator scope mount. Counterweight, extra barrel rifling. Yeah, see, the other issue here is like I'm not sure if these weapons are actually worth like upgrading at the moment. Moving while aiming. Weight reduction. I feel like weight reduction is just nice because it's just, again, saving you space and allowing you to carry more. Okay. So armor piercing power is nice, but I think we're gonna go with the spread decrease. Then the armor piercing power.
So long. See you around.
I don't like that guy. Ah.
Hi there. Did you want something?
Yeah, you have a side quest.
Did you find your icon?
No, I couldn't do it. But you can help me. The deal's still the same. Find the root cellar in the poppy field. Grab the icon and bring it to me.
Why can't you go look for the icon yourself?
I tried. But the moment I set foot in the field, I started feeling so groggy I could barely stand. And then I started hearing voices. Some I'd never heard before. Others of those long gone.
Long gone.
Can't remember how I managed to get away. But
Where's the root cellar?
Do you know the root cellar's coordinates?
Sorry, I don't.
All right.
I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, so he wants me to go into a poppy field. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, that's 500 meters away.
How about a little wager, man? There's a pack of blind dogs wandering about, and I've been hired to hunt them down. If you shoot more of them than I do, money's yours. If you don't, it's all mine. What do you think?
Maybe later.
I'm too busy right now.
Well, if you'll find the time.
So basically, that's what I've been told about, that like quests aren't timed, but like if you start that quest, he's gonna go find him and kill them, and if he does, he will kill more than you and you will fail. So like I guess that one's kind of timed. Oh, fun. All right, chat. we're gonna end it here for tonight. Hope you guys have enjoyed. Like I said, we'll probably be doing some sort of stream tomorrow. I we'll see. Like, again, it's gonna depend on timing and who all else is available. So, but let me see who all is on and who all we can give some love to. I see Mr. Fino on. Let's go give him some love. He's playing some Metaphor. Let's see how he's enjoying that game. And again, I will be back at some point, so. If you guys don't see me this weekend, instead, it'll be Monday, so. Anyways, like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys have a good weekend if I don't get to see you. And again, hope we get some good news out of the 20th anniversary celebration, so. Go give Fino my love and have a good evening.